Good afternoon and welcome to the board's business meeting today on this day, Tuesday, September the 10th, 2019. We could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get approval of the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Our next item on the agenda is item number 3, Human Resources and Development. And I'll get started. Mr. Daniel K. Morella, Director of Fiscal and Audit Management in the Office of the Board of Education. Mr. Morella is joined by his wife, Kathleen, also an MCPS employee. Mr. Morella has been employed with the United States federal government for the past 36 years, performing various finance and oversight activities, including most recently serving as the Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the United States Office of Personnel Management. He brings a wealth of knowledge and skills to this new role in the board office. He looks forward to continuing his commitment to public service with the Montgomery County Public Schools, and we are so excited to have him here with us. And if I can get a motion.
Move approval.
Second. It's been moved and seconded for the approval of Mr. Daniel Morella. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations. We're excited to have you, Dr. Smith.
First of all, I'd like to say welcome, Mr. Morella, and look forward to working with you. So glad you're here today.
Very excited to be here. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And we also have the monthly Human Resources report to recommend.
Move the monthly report.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
So we have 3 additional appointments today, and this is a kind of unusual circumstance. So I just want to share some of the context with folks. Back in late May or early June, Dr. Darrell Williams was named the superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools. So we certainly wish him all the very best and stand ready to collaborate and work with him as he supports the learning of about 110 or 15,000 students. Consequently, 2 members of our staff joined him and were offered positions there and joined him, and we wish them all the best as they're in their good work on behalf of students. But that left us with 2 leadership positions here in the central office that needed to be filled, and so we find ourselves in the position to be advertising and selecting school building principals. But we do have a good transition plan, and I'm going to ask Dr. McKnight to share that with the folks in the room as well as the community as to how we'll make this transition in this area.
Good afternoon. So as Dr. Smith shared, we are in a situation in which we are appointing or making changes in central office much later than we normally would. But with that said, I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Statham and the OSSI leadership team to really come up with a robust plan that would include transition involving the current principals who are moving on to be directors, their involvement with the current DLLAs and associate superintendents, as well as thinking about interfacing opportunities with the communities involving students, parents, everyone that's been a part of this process who will be a part of the transition. So with that said, I will go through a few specific things that we've talked about, just so that you'll know what you should look forward to. Community members will know what this transition plan will include as well. For instance, I'll start with, for our principals who are moving forward to be acting, replacing our current principals, we're planning meet and greet sessions with those principals and the communities with the current principals. Again, that'll be an opportunity for the community to interface with the sitting principal as well as the acting principal who will come on board. We have also been working with everyone involved to schedule stakeholder meetings. And as we think about the stakeholders, it will be the current administrative staffs in those schools, the actual teaching staff, PTA president, community leaders, student leaders. Again, having that opportunity to sit down and really talk about what the transition will look like. That will include the current principal and the acting principal moving forward. We've also talked about the importance of making sure that the person coming on board understands the school very well. Every school community has its, unique responsibilities, roles. There will be time spent analyzing student data, analyzing culture, climate, those types of things, so that the principal coming on board feels like they're very versed in the school environment that they are becoming a part of, and will take on the responsibility of leading. I won't give you the entire plan, but there will be a lot happening over the next couple of weeks. And when I say couple of weeks, really the transition period is about 2 weeks, in which the new person's coming on board with the current principal, along with the OSSI leadership team, will have these various meetings. They'll be conducting classroom walkthroughs. We've talked about the importance of the new acting principal being visible in classrooms, having those formal and informal opportunities to interact with the staff, and anyone else that may be impacted. So with that said, I'll just kind of leave it at, with all of these activities that are planned, we look forward to it being really a seamless process that occurs, with these principals moving forward to be directors and the acting principals coming on board. And we are here as a leadership team to help support that transition. And we're excited about the impact that they're all going to make in these new roles that they move into. So.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. So I have the pleasure of recommending to the board 3 appointments today. We don't typically have this activity in September. And as with all of our appointments, recommendations, I'm excited about the potential and the talent and the expertise that I find across this school system on a regular basis. And so first of all, I'd like to recommend Dr. Donna R. Jones as the Director of Learning, Achievement, and Administration of the Office of School Support and Improvement. Dr. Jones is here today, and she is joined by her husband, Rendell, and her daughter, Kiara. Karen and I met at the fair 3 years ago. Dr. Jones has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 17 years as a staff development teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, principal developer, and most recently as the principal of Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. Dr. Redmond Jones is very much looking forward to providing supports to principals and schools and families across our community, and collaborating with instructional specialists and all of the school staff members and all stakeholders to advance student achievement for all students. And I'm very pleased to recommend to the board today Dr. Donna R. Jones.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
We have a second opening for the Director of Learning, Achievement, and Administration, the Office of School Support and Improvement, and that we're recommending today for that position Mr. Sean P. McGee. Mr. McGee is here today, joined by his wife Kristen, his mother Mary McGee, and his brother Chuck McGee. Mr. McGee has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, acting principal, and most recently as the principal of Wilson Wims Elementary School. He looks forward to joining the Office of School Support and Improvement, working with staff members, principals, and families across many schools. And so we're very pleased to recommend Mr. Sean P. McGee today.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
I'm also pleased today to recommend Dr. Deanne M. Collins as Executive Director in the Office of the Deputy Superintendent. Dr. Collins is here today with her husband, Gerald, and we're really pleased to recommend Dr. Collins, as she has been employed with MCPS for 22 years as a classroom teacher, staff development teacher, instructional specialist, assistant principal, and most recently as the Director of the Division of Title I Early Childhood Programs and Services in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. I will note that in the now going on 4 years I've been here, we've added between the county government and the school system about $11 million of new money to our pre-K programs, which has involved a lot of work on the part of Dr. Collins. And so I want to publicly thank her for all those efforts. She looks forward to joining the Office of the Deputy Superintendent to support Dr. McKnight in ensuring that MCPS maintains the highest levels of achievement and increases access and opportunity for all students, from our youngest students to our 12th graders. And so we're really pleased to recommend Dr. Collins to you today.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Ms. Evans, we also have two recognitions that I'd like to offer for the board's consideration. The first was National Suicide Prevention Week. Whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to mental health and wellness of all students through promotion, prevention, and awareness, the American Association of Suicidology and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention have designated September 8th through the 14th this week as National Suicide Prevention Week, surrounding World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10th, 2019. So we want to raise awareness of the issue of suicide, help educate others on the warning signs of suicide and resources available to those in emotional distress, advocate for funding and research on suicide and suicide prevention, develop innovative and effective treatments, and emphasize the need to focus on suicide prevention every day of every year. And we certainly have that goal in our schools. And so we're asking that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools proclaim September 8th through the 14th, 2019 as National Suicide Prevention Week in Montgomery County Public Schools and recommend observance to all of our school communities.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
We're also asking the board to consider the resolution today for Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th to October 15th, 2019. Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the cultures and traditions of those who can trace their roots to Spain, Mexico, and Spanish-speaking countries of Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. During National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the valuable contributions and the important presence of Hispanic and Latino Americans in the United States and celebrate their heritage and culture. Hispanic individuals have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of September 15 to October 15, 2019 to be Hispanic Heritage Month in the Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay. I'll give everybody an opportunity to walk out.
The Exodus.
Right. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes for comments. Please speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the button on the microphone to begin speaking and push it once more at the sound of the buzzer. We ask speakers to be respectful to all who have signed up to testify by adhering to the time limits and stopping their testimony when the buzzer sounds. If possible, we ask that you remain in the room in case board members have comments to make or questions to ask. If you have not done so already, please provide copies of your testimony to staff before sitting down. Now, at this time, I would ask to come to the table Diana Silva, Adriana Quiones Solano, Olivia Miller, and Chris Herrera, who may be accompanied by Belen Ormaza Estrada. Diana Silva.
Yes.
You can push the button right in front of you and begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Education. My name is Diana Silva. I'm an immigrant and I'm a member of the Black and Brown Coalition for Equality. I'm here as the mother of 2 students who attend MCPS high schools and who, like many youth, have the illusion of being able to access quality and equal education for their professional development. We arrived in the country just over 2 years ago, dreaming of the place of equal opportunities. My daughters entered the ESOL program as part of the credits to be fulfilled and have successfully completed. They have found barriers in the process but have us a support to get through them. However, I have seen how the reality of our Latino community, part of MCPS, is affected and how they feel the racial difference within their school environment. I have observed that the economic and social issues of our community include many needs and face challenges. These challenges, such parents and families with serious concerns about access, community and economic isolation, along with persistent discrimination, are obstacles that our youth have to succeed through. My oldest daughter, who is currently in her last year of high school, is focusing on university. I must constantly encourage her to look for any possibility of accessing opportunities, such as talking with a counselor or career advocate at universities. She is lucky because during the summer holidays, I found that several of her friends who graduated last year did not have access to education because they had to find a job to pay for their studies in the future without support to find other options. MCPS has many options and resources available. I have been reading and studying the processes to apply to different resources. However, the way in which MCPS works to publicize this information and raise awareness among the community is very difficult and blocked. The hard work by some of my daughter's teachers and counselors is helpful, but it falls short given the number of students they must work with. I'm sure that if we will work with our young people, the possibility of receiving an effective education that provides them with the skills so that they can be placed on their professional path. We could have educated and motivated youth without resentment who have the opportunity to serve in their communities and generate a life with purpose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adriana Quinones Solano. Hi.
Hello, my name is Adriana Quinones Solano. I wanted to start off with a question. What is public education? It means that every single person, no matter the background, race, or socioeconomic status, can attend school without having to pay for an education or apply to programs that serve only to increase the opportunity gap. As I mentioned before, my name is Adriana Quinones, and I'm a senior at John F. Kennedy High School, and I'm a current IB candidate. Everyone in this room is aware of the elite status and privilege that being an IB student offers. IB has a reputation for attracting smarter students with more potential, and it is clearly capable of doing so without requiring an application, or at least for some schools. The county's values emphasize the importance of welcoming every single person, no matter the background, race, or socioeconomic status. The purpose of IB is to teach us how to interact with the world and learn from each other. But how can we do that when aspects of the program may be encouraging disparities between students from different backgrounds? By requiring an application to a program like this, it's telling people who are capable enough to succeed that they are not enough. Is this how we want our education system to present itself to students? Being part of IB has given me the opportunity to take what I learned in the classroom and I apply it on how I get involved with my community. Our community at Kennedy consists of first-generation students whose parents have not completed secondary or higher education as often as other parents of other schools. Why limit these first-generation students by requiring them to apply to a program that could be just as transformative as IB? Why, when we already offer an equal and universal entrance to students? We already give students the choice to pick their path and choose how they want to apply it to the real world. Our students' leaders are fighting for equality. We, the people, are making a change. We cannot allow a long-standing pattern of discriminatory practices to continue, because then the cycle never ends. Let the public schools be public schools, places where children from different countries come to learn and pursue opportunities. Success is not defined by whether a person is an IB student or not. Success is what you do with the knowledge that you know and how you pass it on to others. So, is this the future of our public education system? Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Olivia Miller.
Hi, my name is Olivia Miller, and I am a current senior and IB diploma candidate at John F. Kennedy High School. I'm here to share a letter written by an alumni of the IB diploma program who wishes to share her experience with the program but could not get out of class at Columbia University to do so. So here is a letter from Maya Bickle. In 11th grade, I switched from a Jewish private school where I had 55 kids in my grade to Kennedy where there were almost 400, and I didn't know a single one of them. The only thing I knew about Kennedy before I switched was that it had an IB program. I switched because I wanted a more academically rigorous experience, which I knew I would get in an IB program. My 2 years at Kennedy in the program were the most formative, enriching, and meaningful years of my life so far. The IB program, no matter the school or background of the students, is rigorous, and Kennedy was no exception. At Columbia University, where I'm now a junior, I found it very helpful to have had the experience of the extended essay and the historical investigation, which have both made research papers seem less daunting and given me many of the skills necessary to do well on them. I know that many aspects of the program have improved since I was a student, but I do want to take a moment to share what might seem a little critical, but ultimately highlights the growth and potential of the IB at Kennedy. From talking to IB students at other schools, it was easy to ascertain that we were not all working with the same resources. As a newer program, some of our teachers had minimal experience working with the IB curriculum, and for most classmates, IB preparation for the students pre-11th grade was minimal at best. Despite this, the IB program fully embraced the IB mission to create a better world through education and invested itself in helping students catch up to the rigorous standards of IB, and then working with us each step of the way. My fellow students were by far the best of the program. All of us came from a diversity of backgrounds that added so much to the program and the curriculum, but more broadly to the way I view the world. In my cohort, we had students who themselves or their parents immigrated from El Salvador, Peru, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Cambodia, and more. What they lacked in what some might call a more formal IB preparation, they made up for in a wealth of knowledge about worlds I had never had exposure to. I know that with this new system to IB, Kennedy will gain more resources and training to grow their program and will continue to provide its students with a true IB experience, one that develops inquiring, knowledgeable, and caring young people who help create a better and more peaceful world through intercultural understanding and respect.
Thank you. And next we will hear from, I don't want to get it wrong, is it Chris Herrera or is it Belén Ormaza? Okay.
Hello, my name is Belén Ormaza Estrada. I am a current senior at John F. Kennedy High School and an IB diploma candidate. I am proudly speaking on behalf of Chris Herrera, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. My name is Chris Herrera, a recent graduate from John F. Kennedy High School, the proud class of 2019. IB for me was simply mind-opening. My experience with IB at Kennedy helped me to emerge as a better writer, speaker, and overall student, ready to stake my claim as a citizen of the world. I was able to create connections between all my classes while referring back to the lessons learned from various cultures all over the world. Being in both IB and the LTI program, a lot of my schoolwork and extracurriculars were related to leadership and creating change in my community. I had help from amazing teachers in my school, Ms. Park, Mr. Jefferson, Ms. Wills, Ms. Singhall, Mr. Utterback, Mr. Wright, Mr. Williams, and amazing administrators, Ms. Davis and Dr. Rubens. These faculty made my experience in IB manageable, and I always felt like I had helped to meet the high standards and expectations throughout these 2 years. IB was indeed challenging, but the teachers at Kennedy really helped me to stay engaged. I have taken part in presentations on gentrification in Washington, D.C., written an extended essay on sustainability systems of Costa Rica, and used literary analysis to examine at how current and past authors explore the treatment of the working class in texts like Kafka's Metamorphosis. Exciting and engaging classes like Anthro, TOK, and Chemistry made my high school experience rich, and they have left a footprint on my life. These all helped me grow as a student in a number of disciplines, and as IB promises, I am a balanced student. Today, I am on a field trip with my Frederick Douglass Distinguished Scholars cohort at American University. This program offers mentorship, opportunities, networking, and much more, as well as the most prestigious full merit scholarship in the school to 5 students out of a pool of around 1,000 students. So here's where Kennedy, LTI, and IB have really come into play. I have been surprised to see how many of the other students in the cohort separate themselves from me and the other 3 Hispanic males in the program. I have the background to make them listen, the experience to bring us all together, and the leadership skills to move our class forward. Montgomery County Public Schools, John F. Kennedy High School, and the IB program have given me the tools to change the world. IB, just like public education as a whole, is meant for students to benefit the students, not about numbers and appearances, but what we, the students, can learn and take away.
Thank you. Okay. So we would like to thank you all for coming here today, taking a moment from school to come and give your comments. We appreciate that. And at this time, we will ask for our next speakers to come to the table. We have on the schedule Rodney Peel, Michael Solomon, Simone DeBesse, and Maritaza Solano. And we will start with Rodney Peel.
Hi, good afternoon. Great to hear from some of the students who are in the IB programs currently from Kennedy, and I'm sure they represent the views of a lot of students in the other IB schools as well. They mentioned the need for local pathways into the program is very important. That I'm a parent at Richard Montgomery, and I'm here to represent the Richard Montgomery cluster. And that's an important feature of the program at our school, and we hope that continues to be a feature. And I think MCPS is planning for that for all the schools in the presentation later this afternoon. And also the need for the pre-11th grade preparation is very important, that we think is a crucial aspect of the program. And again, happy to see that MCPS is making that a focus of the early years of building the new regional programs. So we thank you, board members and the MCPS staff, for listening to some of our recommendations to maintain those aspects or improve those aspects of the program. We're excited that the presentation today will include those and other modifications that we think will help the long-term outlook for the high school choice programs, particularly the IB magnet programs in the county. Overall, we support expanding the number of seats available, but we don't support geographically restricting access to Richard Montgomery before the other regional options are proven to get similar results. Like I can't see the clock, by the way. I'll just watch for the lights. The first thing that we wanted to highlight for this afternoon was that we're glad to see that MCPS is going to be looking at doing more in the pre-11th grade programs, in the regional programs, pre-11th grade cohorts for the regional programs. But we want to still focus on when you want to measure the results of those, the best way to do that is in the IB diploma itself in 11th and 12th grades. Unlike some of the internal data on 10th graders, the IB outcomes, such as the IB diploma rate and the test scores on the individual IB tests, are well known and comparable. So our first request to you is that you insist throughout the rollout of the new choice programs that MCPS use and report those actual IB diploma program outcomes as fundamental measures of comparison and equivalency among the county IB schools. That'll give you some of the validity and accountability as you move forward. There are a lot of other metrics which are important as the new programs are built, and that includes the number of seats in the program, the amount of staff training in IB and GT, teaching, the rate of students taking more of the higher level subjects than required, the very variety of pathways to get to the diploma, the number of applications, et cetera. All those are informative, but those aren't the outcomes that matter most, and that's in the diplomas and the test scores. Thank you very much. Good to see everybody.
Thank you. Michael Solomon?
Good evening, good afternoon, Dr. Smith, President Evans, and members of the board. My name is Michael Solomon, and I'm a senior at Springbrook High School. I'm here today because I feel indebted to my school, a place that I represent with great pride. It wasn't until high school that I entered MCPS, and like many private school parents, mine were initially, they had reservations about academic rigor and school environment. For the most part, that were fueled by reservations from a seemingly all-pervasive mindset in the county that certain schools are inherently better than others. It didn't take us very long to realize how wrong we were. I immediately fell in love with my school environment, the myriad resources, clubs, and academic opportunities available to me at Springbrook. Through 9th and 10th grade, I grew extremely close with my IB cohort peers, but because of Springbrook's program flexibility, I was also able to form bonds just as profound with students from outside of the program as well. In fact, students in Springbrook's IB are able to participate in at least one of our school's other signature programs, either the Academy of Information Technology or Justice, Law, and Society, while maintaining their IB diploma candidacy. And this ensures that diploma candidates are not isolated from the rest of the student body and that they make active, meaningful contributions to our community as a whole. And as a self-proclaimed policy wonk, one of my favorite things about our IB program is that IB history teachers are able to plan coursework around the study of one or four major regions each year. And last year, our classes focused on the history of Asia and Oceania. Unlike the strict and limited structure of AP history coursework, next year's cohorts may end up learning about Europe, the Americas, or Africa and the Middle East. And as members of a board that's making historical strides in equity training and development, I'm sure you all understand the importance of these options for culturally responsive teaching. On behalf of the Springbrook community, I'd like to express my support for the board's plan to expand access to the IB diploma. However, in keeping with the IB ideals of risk-taking, balance, and open-mindedness, I would also urge you to ensure that this framework eventually regionalizes all 4 IB programs. Maintaining a dynamic that puts one program on a secluded pedestal while implicitly devaluing the other 3 will only prove to be an obstacle of the board's stated goals in this initiative. And if we truly want to create equitable access to choice programs on initiatives like this one, we can only succeed if we are consistent and follow all the way through on our promises. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Simon DeBesse.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Simon Debesai, and I am a senior at Springbrook and also a full IB diploma candidate. Today I've come to tell you a story about community, academic excellence, and structure, a story that houses the IB program in its core. Entering Springbrook High School in the 9th grade was a decision that filled me with fear initially. Many of my friends had opted to attend Blake High School, and yet I remained, choosing Springbrook specifically for the IB program. I attended an elementary school magnet, and I had craved rigor, and I was definitely prepared to sacrifice my social life for it. However, I hadn't expected the strong, almost familial bonds I developed with the students in my IB classes. In the 4 years I spent at Springbrook, at least 3 of my 7 classes have been with a cohort of students who mirrored my drive for academic excellence. This foundational level of relatability allowed my classmates and I to create genuine friendships forged through tests and homework assignments alike. Over time, these relationships continued to be tempered through consistent class similarities and sustained academic interest. Now I can confidently say that I could probably write a chapter in many of their biographies. Another unexpected quality of the IB program was the simultaneous provision of both academic freedom and structure, 2 things that are normally thought to be mutually exclusive. There are 2 basic academic requirements for the full IB diploma: 3 or 4 higher level classes and 2 or 3 standard level classes, and the requirement of at least 1 class in each of IB's sections. The combination of these 2 requirements provided me with a structure that allowed exploration of all facets of education, but still gave me the freedom to choose any class that I wanted. It was from IB Film to IB Environmental Science. There was quite a variety of classes to choose from, and it was these classes that helped me develop my passion for both science and public policy, and it additionally also heightened my confidence pursuing higher-level education. With these qualities, the notion that the IB program is presented as an exclusive magnet is quite puzzling. Rather than being hyper-focused on one specific subject, the IB program is a comprehensive curriculum in itself. The expansion of IB programs is a very important first step in recognizing the value that IB has in its application to Montgomery County schools, and I urge the board to proceed with this decision. However, I want the board to be aware of the implicit disparities that accompany the separation of regional and countywide IB programs. In an effort to help erase the stigma surrounding many of the schools that are involved with this initiative, this will undoubtedly create a host of new ones, including the idea that regional programs are just a lower rung in the totem pole of choice programs. If the board is truly committed to providing an equitable educational experience for all students, I urge the board to also consider the regionalization of all IB choice programs. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Maritza Solano.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Smith, and members of the audience. I am Maritza Solano, a proud graduate of Montgomery Blair High School and current Director of Education at CASA. Recently, I was saddened to read the reactions and sentiments from parents in Montgomery County regarding a study on school boundaries. But I was further saddened to know that school boundaries are only a small challenge compared to the attitudes and lack of access and support Black and Latino children face every day when it comes to achievement. Data demonstrates that Black and Latino children, regardless of economic background, are still facing achievement gaps and that their graduation rates are consistently lag behind those of their white and Asian American peers. Additionally, a 2018 report published by the University of Maryland in collaboration with Identity revealed that Latino student attitudes towards positive future expectations are high in middle school but decrease in high school. This data fuels the beliefs expressed by individuals in our county who are resistant to consider even a study on school boundaries. I could have been one of those children who will not work hard enough or who wouldn't show up, but I did show up, and because of 3 educators of color at Blair had access to SAT prep courses, challenging curriculum, and consistent motivation that I would attend college. My peers, who were mostly first-generation immigrant students, did not have the same experience. It makes me sad to know that out of a group of 8 close friends in high school, half of us graduated on time. But amongst the 4 who did graduate, we went on to earn degrees from the University of Maryland College Park, Bowie State, and Mount St. Mary's, and between us have earned 5 master's degrees since we graduated. We worked really hard, had parents who motivated us every day to do our absolute best despite their limited education, and were pushed by a handful of teachers that did everything they could to provide us with the support we needed to be successful. We were the lucky ones. Luck should not be a determinant in the student's success, especially in our county. Students, regardless of race or the neighborhood they live in, should have access to strong leaders, ensuring a school culture that is nurturing and welcoming, rigorous coursework that pushes them to stretch their capabilities, and a diverse teacher pool who understand their backgrounds. In 2014, I decided to join CASA as an educational advocate for students and families in Montgomery County who, like me, face incredible barriers to achieve their dream of better futures. CASA, as a supporting organization of the Black and Brown Forum for Educational Equity and Excellence, and other coalitions to improve achievement of Black and Latino students, are determined to find best practices, policies, and timely solutions to ensure no student is ever told that community college is their only option. It is time to believe in all our children and ensure that luck not be what determines the resources, support, and schools Black and Latino children need, want, and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you all for coming today to give comments, and we appreciate you taking time out of your schedules to come and speak with us. At this time, we will have our next set of panelists come up to the table. Byron Johns, Monique Ashton, Hassim Jabbar Odokanel, and Cynthia Simonson. And we will begin with Mr. Johns.
Well, good afternoon, friends. On behalf of the NAACP, Montgomery County Parents Council, and the Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence, I want to offer these comments. First, I want to thank you for the work on the equity accountability model and for the commissioning of the educational resource strategy data analysis, which exposes some of the deeply rooted practices that create structural barriers and systems that for decades have undergirded the persistent disparities in educational experiences for Black, brown, and low-income students. The facts have been laid bare to see that Black, brown, and low-income students do not receive equitable access to the most rigorous coursework, nor do they receive equitable access to MCPS's most effective principals and teachers. The coalition challenges MCPS, the board, and its association partners to transform its strategic priorities to make its highest focus examining its policies, practices, contracts, budget sacred cows, cultural norms, and to start dismantling these systems and structures that are barriers that perpetuate the disparity in educational experience, which, for, as you know, Black and brown students make up the majority of MCPS students. We urge the board and the superintendent to use the opportunity in negotiating current contracts to create the infrastructure to ensure resource disparities are not perpetuated, but are in fact eliminated. Also, the board, working with the superintendent, can immediately act to ensure that decisions made within our school buildings stop systematically disadvantaging Black, brown, and low-income students. I don't want it to be lost that this is the year of the 1619 Project, which commemorates the 400 years since the first enslaved Africans arrived on America's shores. It should also be noted, as was made at the County Council's meeting today, that educational disparities is deeply rooted in some of the disparities in the county's racial inequities and long history of racism. As stated in our previous letter, our students and families have a crushing sense of urgency to have corrective actions given highest priority, as each school year that goes by only increases the achievement gap and lost potential of our thriving adulthood for our students. We ask you to commit to work side by side with us to push relentlessly for MCPS's equity work. Thank you.
Thank you. Monique Ashton.
Hello, my name is Monique Ashton. I'm here today as part of the NAACP Parents Council and the Black and Brown Coalition. I want to start out by thanking Superintendent Smith, the staff, and the BOE for having the courage and the leadership for the recent work to dig deeper on the data to understand the achievement gap and equity issues. I understand it takes courage and will, and I appreciate this first step. The Equity Accountability Report reveals that there are tremendous disparities in proficiency in math and English among children who are experiencing poverty, especially among Black and brown students who receive farms. This is evident across many of our schools, and yes, even in some of the schools in our county you wouldn't expect. The ERS data also helps to provide insights into some of the why. A few of the key findings that are most startling are Black and brown students are likely to be assigned to more novice teachers when compared to their peers. Even when Black and brown students have the same scores as their peers, they're less likely to be assigned to advanced courses. This is not a matter of will. The research shows that these factors will go beyond what a class a child takes in school. They have an impact on what college a child attends, what opportunities for higher salaries, and to be able to save for retirement. They show us that the work we do in this room and what we decide to take on will affect our students across MCPS schools and will have an impact on many lifetimes. Now that we know, it's our responsibility to call for action. They have unmasked data that reveals stark realities that exist. We have a tale of two cities right here in our midst. Education is one of the most powerful tools to help transform communities, reduce cycles of poverty, and uplift communities. What the data shows is that not all of our students have access to these opportunities, even when they work hard for it. There are some systemic and broader societal barriers that are keeping our students from reaching their highest potential. I list in my testimony some solutions. I don't think I'll have time to get to all of them. But we do need to develop our own call to action. When I saw the data, I was expecting a massive meeting for us all to get together. We need to move beyond the individual school improvement plans. I appreciate them, but we need to come together to look at best practices in our schools. We can help each other as a community. We need to leverage all the testing to use them as opportunities for reteaching. We need to look for more transparent ways to ensure that students are not being left out of advanced classes when they have earned the grades to be in them. And we need to expand to support professional development and reducing unconscious bias. We need greater diversity and inclusion in hiring. We need to look at successful programs across the country and prepare students and help them navigate this big system. And we need to consider wraparound services. We need to all work together. In the words of Superintendent Smith, equity does not require equal results. It requires equal access and opportunity so that success cannot be predicted by race or socioeconomic status. Let us work with urgency and purpose.
Thank you. Now we will hear from Hassim Jabbar Odokano. You can correct me on that if you.
Thank you. First and foremost, giving honor and praise to the one true and living God. I am Hashem Ali Jabbar Odokano. That is a lot to say. I am the father of 2 children in the MCPS school system, a 7th grader at Key Middle School and a kindergartner at Drew Elementary. I am the ED, Executive Director of Racial Justice Now. Racial Justice Now is a 7-year-old organization that works to end the school-to-prison pipeline and anti-Black institutional systemic racism. I'm here today to go on record because I am very concerned about Maryland Bill SB 1265 that addresses behavioral threat assessments. First, I'd like to thank board members, Ms. Evans and Ms. Wolf, for one, returning our emails, and for 2, for meeting with myself and my wife. I want to go on the record to say that Racial Justice Now supports restorative justice, culturally relevant practices, increasing culturally relevant counselors and mental health professionals. I'm deeply concerned over SB 1265 and its implementation, mainly because it looks very deeply familiar, like the counter-intel program of the FBI. I'm very deeply concerned about this. I have sent a number of questions to the board this morning that I hope that you will be able to respond to and address. But I wanted to know and have a Sankofa moment, as we say in African tradition, to go back and look. We don't want to separate this behavioral threat assessment from history. In America, we've had black codes where blacks were not allowed to gather or be amongst each other for any reason that was simply against the law. And if young black students like my son, who's tall and has large feet, he's taller than most of his teachers, and can for any reason be considered a, quote, threat. That's very concerning considering the Jim Crow slavery history in America, the use of hand signals or signs that teachers are not familiar with may label my child a, quote, threat. And I'm just deeply concerned, and I'm looking for some answers around how this information is to be shared, how this threat assessment occurs, when are parents notified, is this information shared with ICE, is this information shared with the sheriff's office and police? It's just deeply concerning that law enforcement is not only in our schools, but now they have access to our children to term them not a student, not a human, not a person, not a student athlete, but a, quote, threat. That's very disconcerting with the history of racism, politics in America. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Cynthia Simonson.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Last September, a memo sent to the principals included very positive information related to the growing number of students taking Algebra 1 in middle school. We all applauded the growing diverse representation in the middle school Algebra 1 classes and celebrated that even with the increase in students, particularly of students that were previously denied access, the passing percentage with a 3 or higher on PARCC stayed pretty constant. Following the memo release, I followed up with MCC PTA board and delegates cautioning that while the percentage of students passing was fairly constant, the actual number of students now coming out of the middle schools that will need support to retest Algebra 1 and possibly complete a bridge project to meet the graduation requirement was actually growing quickly, with some schools more affected than others. Unfortunately, there was no information regarding how schools were being equipped to deal with this additional task. I still have those concerns today, and more. With Algebra 1 specifically, I've included in this packet some of the statements that have filled my inbox in the days following the latest Washington Post story on park performance. Curiously, most messages I received were from parents whose children have been accelerated 2 years above grade level in math, who were just learning that their child did not meet the new assessment requirement of a 4 or a 5. Parents are quickly sorting through their options and have questions. Should the child give up their after-school activities? How is the online course? Has the Saturday school option had good results? Should my child just take Algebra 1 again? Unfortunately, getting information is hard. I've attached to this comment excerpts related to math questions from 2 years of my reports distributed to the MCC PTA board and delegates. Most every month, I provide an update on where we are or not with our recurring questions surrounding math. I firmly believe we should be able to point parents to source documents so parents can develop context, learn, and engage. The tradition of each school sharing as they deem appropriate is not very system-like, and when misunderstandings occur, it takes a considerable amount of effort to correct. So here's my ask. Until we have materials available that are specifically for parents, make the central office memos and presentations to principals available. These often provide the necessary context to help make informed decisions. I've learned a great deal from those materials, but you have to know what you're looking for, who to ask, and stay persistent until you find them. I say let the parents dig into the details of topics like Algebra 1 as much as they want. This will empower parents to ask better questions and make better decisions for their child. I know communication is hard. I know information coming from MSDE is slow. Lots of things are changing with MCAP, and now we have different grades with different passing thresholds. So let's work together so parents can better understand the concerns and be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, we thank all of you for coming today to give public comments. And at this time, we will have our next group of panelists. Oh, okay. So Ms. Silvestri, cut the light off over there.
Wanted to find out about the algebra. So for parents that don't for kids that don't pass, how will parents get communication in terms of what they should do or what the options are?
Sure. Dr. McNutt, if you can turn that light off right there, that'd be great. So specific to the public comment today, we're talking about current 7th graders. That's where the shift is at the state level, and the shift in the testing has been not aligned with the shift in the requirement that the graduates of 2024 meet a different standard. So the state board's going to have to take that up this year. In terms of getting the specific information about their students' park results, which has been previously the test that was used to determine high school graduation, the HSA, it's commonly called. They'll get that during the month of September. So those will be sent directly from the school to the family's home in the mail. And they'll have that information, then they'll work specifically with their school about what that choice is in terms of how to intervene or to think about whether or not you take a retest. But, you know, when you're talking about 7th graders, for example, 94% of the 7th graders that just completed 7th grade successfully met the standard that was in place. When we apply the new standard, that number is 80%. So that's a shift right there. And when we talk about 7th graders, what we don't want to do is create barriers that stop students from getting in the class that should get in the class. Because, for example, and you can do this math obviously. But I will just point it out because I think it's so critical when we talk about this, because the percentage of students who need to retest does go up when you increase the number of students that are in it. But let's say we had 1,000 seventh graders last year that needed to meet the standard of 3, 4, or 5 on that. If 95 or 94.8% of them passed, we'll say 95, that'd be 950 of them passed. So 950 students had access, opportunity, and met success. If 5,000 students were in there and 80% of them passed, that'd be 4,000 students who were successful. So not only is the percentage important, but the number is important, the name is important, and the face is important. So it's a very complicated set of issues, but we're already in communication with MSDE and the state superintendent about fixing this misalignment that they've created. And I'm confident it will get fixed. It's been fixed many times in the 20 years I've been engaged in public education in Maryland. So, you know, we'll just move forward, but parents are being notified right now via mail and personal contact if their child is in 7th grade and in this situation.
No, thank you for that bigger picture about what's happening in terms of access and numbers. I would just encourage as much communication and community engagement in multiple languages to families.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, if they get the memo, do they read the memo? Do they understand the memo? Are there opportunities to ask questions? What are the implications for my child when they get to, you know, meeting the graduation requirements? So we all know just the memo is not enough, so just encourage as much community engagement with the family so that they can truly understand their options. Thank you.
And just that test report is not enough. It takes a personal touch.
Thank you.
Mrs. Smodrowski.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to start off by thanking all of our speakers, especially our students. I really appreciated getting their perspectives on their experiences in individual schools in reference to the courses that they're taking and things like that, the way it makes them feel. So I thank them for that and for missing school for that. I also just wanted to make a quick comment on the testimony in reference to the concerns about students being labeled a threat. That is something that has come across our desk through appeals here and again, and I too have a real concern with how, and I've brought up with our staff how what constitutes identifying somebody as an imminent threat. That's just something that I'd like to continue to get a better understanding on, and more importantly, or not maybe more importantly, but equally as importantly, is how we're communicating with parents, not just on that one issue, but on any of these discipline issues that we hear about. I had asked in the past, I think maybe even last week, about what we do in terms of when we contact parents and what the guidelines are for our schools so that we have better consistency, because some principals seem to communicate very quickly and a lot, and some not quite as much. So just looking into that. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
I want to thank the people that have come up to testify also, but I also wanted to raise the point that when the threat assessment issue came up, that was one of the concerns that I raised, that it not result in Black and brown children being identified as a threat. And I believe that we were told that they were going to be monitoring that, and we can expect some data on that at various periods of time. Thank you.
That's good to know, because I've been asking for a little while and we haven't seen that, so thank you.
Dr. Daka.
Yeah, I know that the state worked on this several years ago about suspensions for Latino and African American students. And restorative justice is one thing, but we are still concerned about some of the behaviors that are one of the 5 behaviors. Those are very serious, and we take serious work with those. And they may do restorative justice after that, but a lot of people don't understand that, and they're thinking that the threat is being allowed to be in the schools. And that is not it. People on our staff don't even understand how these kinds of things work with our students. Maybe I'm not being very clear, but let me say that the fact that we have more African American and Latino kids suspended means that we are not doing what we should do with the students and understanding their behaviors, and maybe going a little bit off on that. And I want to say that administrators have to accept the students that are referred to the office, and they're referred to the office from the classroom. And sometimes it is at the point where administrators have no choice but to say, we have to have your parents come in, this is serious. And we really need to work on some of those aspects because we have plenty of these students in the school system and they do need to be treated fairly. And then thanks to the students and others who've talked about opportunities that are not there. And if you're being suspended from school, you are not getting the opportunities you need.
Thank you. So seeing no more lights, we will go on with our next panel and asking that Ruby Rubens, J. Leon Peace Jr., and Yancy Quintero please come to the table. Yoisi, I should say Yancy. And when you're ready, we will start with Miss Ruby Rubens.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Evans, board members, and Dr. Smith. I'm Ruby A. Rubens, speaking on behalf of the 1977 2 Action Group as a member of the Black and Brown Educational Equity Coalition. We spoke to you in June to express our grave concern about the ERS findings that further confirm the deficiencies in resource allocations for schools that house most of our Black and Brown and high poverty students. The ERS findings provide clear evidence that the status quo and business as usual is no longer acceptable. Dr. Smith, as you begin the process of developing your recommended budget to the board for the 2021 school year, we urge you to ensure that you are using every measure of equity in your deliberations. As you embark upon negotiations with employee associations, there should be an understanding that it need not be a win-lose situation, but both sides win when there are collaborative efforts to ensure better outcomes for all students while providing employees with the staff development and supports they need to be skilled and effective. We cannot continue to have the majority of our high-level programs and effective teachers located in certain areas of the county. We must remove existing impediments to access opportunity and supports, ensuring optimal outcomes for Black and Brown students in MCPS. We expect you to put in place the equity accountability that holds every employee accountable for desired outcomes for each student. Board members, when you receive the recommended budget from the superintendent, we urge you to ask the hard questions. When you evaluate the recommended resource allocations, we hold you responsible for ensuring the needed revenue investments beyond compensatory funding designed to offset the impact of poverty and academic disparities. You have spent taxpayer dollars to obtain the data provided by ERS, so we can no longer act as though we are unaware of the work that needs to be done. You as a board have a unique opportunity this year to make meaningful systemic change, to provide the resources and policy decisions to ensure the desired outcomes for all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. J. Leon Peace Jr.
President Evans, Dr. Smith, members of the Board of Education. Not long ago, the concept that no school-age child should start their education day without breakfast was not only novel, but largely unthought of. Efforts initiated by concerned community members were met with resistance. The thought that the public school system would one day adopt such a policy was beyond imagination. Innovative thinking and action brought us to where we are today, eliminating one critical contributing factor to the inequality of opportunity for students. However, the system has become resegregated in effect. I'm reminded once again of the 1963 words of Dr. Martin Luther King referring to the time from 1853 to 1954 as a period that created racial segregation. He observed that segregation is at bottom nothing but slavery covered up with certain niceties of complexity. I submit that economic segregation with respect to opportunities in this county are a substantial contributing factor to the so-called achievement gap. Is largely fueled by indifference. Those with opportunity may not have taken direct action against those with less. However, they remain blissfully unaware, indifferent to the circumstances resulting from the complexity of certain procedures and rules that they have put in place. For example, summer activities here are very expensive. Public school sponsored or supported programs deny
and refuse certain childhood and children opportunities, indeed life-changing opportunities as they've been advertised. If a child cannot afford the high cost of summer camp, decides to attend summer school to catch up or get ahead in the subject area, they're faced with fees that are almost as expensive as camps, thus making that option unavailable. Even school-sponsored camps that cheerily advertise with the words, best value for money camp around. We also make it more affordable than ever with these ways to save big, offer minimal price reductions, $25 off per week on a $425 cost after you register for 2 or more weeks of camp. This after a $45 application fee per camper. The single-day fee there, it was $54. And activities such as horseback riding has a cost of $495 per week. Even basketball, conducted at public school facilities, has a weekly cost of $169. According to the ads, one can register for 7 weeks of camp and save. The cost is $1,525. The achievement gap is fueled by fewer options available to those that don't have the money to pay. The unnecessarily high cost of valuable, even life-changing opportunities offered through our public schools. Recognizing that there is little incentive to confront these realities, nevertheless, I call upon the school board to take action to eliminate these inequities. You are not chosen for docility, nor on the condition that you not rock the boat, to sit idly by and go along with the status quo. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Now we will hear from Yoisi Quintero.
Buenas tardes, gracias por la oportunidad. Buenas tardes, honorable Junta de Educación. Soy inmigrante llegada de Venezuela hace 1 año con mi hijo y mi esposo. Mi nombre es Yoisi Quintero y soy madre de un estudiante de Neillsville Middle School. Soy parte de la coalición de estudiantes latinos y afroamericanos. La inquietud que quiero exponerles me surge luego de que mi hijo, quien acaba de iniciar el 7º grado, culminara el 6º grado con un promedio de 3.5, entiendo, por encima del promedio de los alumnos de su edad y grado. Además, logró avanzar de ISOL 1 a ISOL 4 en 1 año. Eso nos mereció felicitaciones y llamadas por parte de los maestros, quienes nos decían que no era muy común. Sin embargo, este nuevo año escolar no le han ofrecido materias que le permitan seguir desarrollándose de manera integral. Y así como él, hay muchos niños que deben conformarse con que en la escuela donde asisten no ofrezcan programas avanzados, condenándolos a un nivel de estudio inferior al que demostraron son capaces de enfrentar. Gracias a Identity he aprendido a conocer y a reconocer las oportunidades que el sistema educativo del condado le ofrece a sus más de 160.000 estudiantes, pero que sin embargo, y ahora veo por experiencia, que no son accesibles a todos los estudiantes. De acuerdo a las publicaciones de NCPS, los jóvenes latinos y afroamericanos se excluyen de las materias avanzadas desde el 4º grado, sin importar su récord o rendimiento estudiantil. Esta es una situación que se mantiene hasta la secundaria y no se está pensando en que esto crea frustración y desmotivación en nuestros jóvenes. Y esto es justamente lo que no quiero que pase con mi niño. ¿Cuál es el objetivo de los programas de clases avanzadas si no todos los estudiantes tienen acceso a ellas? ¿Por qué filtrar las oportunidades para que los estudiantes logren estudios de alto nivel? Las clases avanzadas y vocacionales, creo, deben ser para todos. Si no, estaríamos creando 2 tipos de alumnados, los avanzados y los no avanzados, lo que a mi criterio refuerza el sentimiento de rechazo con el que muchos llegan y luchan durante sus vidas. ¿Cómo se conoce el potencial de un alumno si no se les da la oportunidad de demostrarlo? Estoy segura de que en esas escuelas con bajo porcentaje de logros hay estudiantes latinos que se esfuerzan, así como mi niño. Y si hay procedimientos que no están funcionando, que no proveen las mismas oportunidades, creo que debemos cambiarlos, y juntos. Me despido citando parte de la misión de NCPS y de la Junta Educativa, publicado en el informe anual 2018 que publica en la comunidad. Me permito citar. La misión de Montgomery County Public School es proveer a todos los estudiantes con las destrezas académicas de resolución creativa de problemas y sociales, emocionales, para que sean exitosos en la universidad y en una carrera. Nosotros trabajamos para educar a nuestros estudiantes para que su éxito académico no sea predecible por raza, identidad étnica, género, condición socioeconómica, dominio de idioma o discapacidad. Nosotros creemos que todos significa todos en lo que respecta a equidad y excelencia en aprendizaje, progreso, rendimiento y oportunidad. Pero mientras nuestros estudiantes sigan siendo tratados como estudiantes de segunda, creo que esta misión va a ser solo una utopía. Gracias.
You may go.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Education. I'm an immigrant from Venezuela, having arrived a year ago. My name is Yoisi Quintero, and I'm the mother of a student at Neillsville Middle School, and I'm part of the Latino and African American Student Coalition. My concern arose after my son, who has just entered 7th grade at Neillsville Middle School, finished 6th grade with a 3.50 average, which I understand is above average for students of his age and grade. Besides advancing from ESOL 1 to ESOL 4 in just 1 year, we were congratulated by the teachers and the counselor. However, for this school year, they did not offer him subjects that would let him develop in comprehensive ways, and just like him, there are many children who have settled for the fact that their school of attendance does not offer advanced programs, thereby condemning them to a lower schooling level to the one that they demonstrate a capacity for. Thanks to Identity, I have learned to find and recognize the opportunities that the county school system offers to more than 160,000 students who live in it. But nevertheless, and from my own personal experience, I've observed that they are not accessible to every student. According to the MCPS publication, youth Latinos and African Americans are excluded from advanced subjects since the 4th grade, regardless of their achievement level or school record, in a situation that is maintained through high school without thought to the fact that this creates frustration and discouragement in the youth people. And this is what I want to avoid happening to my son. What is the objective of advanced level programs if it's not all students access to them? Why screen students opportunities for students to achieve high level studies? The advanced and vocational courses must be for everyone. Otherwise, we are creating two types of students, the advanced and the not advanced, which in my view reinforces the feeling of rejection that many struggle during their lives. How can you know a student's potential if you don't give them the opportunity to demonstrate it? I'm sure that in those schools with a low percentage of achievement, there are Latino students that put in the effort, like my son does. And if there are procedures that are not working, procedures that are not providing them with the same opportunities, then let's change them together. I want to close with a premise of the mission of MCPS and Board of Education. Every student will have the academic, creative, problem-solving, and social, emotional skills to be successful in college and career. But as long as our Latino students continue being treated as second-class students, that premise will continue to be a utopia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And at this time, we would like to thank everyone for coming today to give public comments, and you may enjoy the rest of your afternoon. The next item on our agenda is item number 6, Board Superintendent Comments. We will begin board comments with Mr. Tinbite.
Good evening, colleagues. I definitely wanted to thank all of the students that came here today from all of these schools. Throughout the school day, I know that this is probably a struggle for them, as it is for me as well, to rearrange with classes. But I'm happy that they made it out here today. I wanted to share a few things that have happened throughout this past few weeks, as it was the first week of school, and it's a big accomplishment for MCPS. One of the few things that has happened is I've been able to get out into the high schools and middle schools, not in a completely formal way, but to walk the hallways as if I were one of their students with another student, and to really get to see how students are feeling the first week. And all I've gotten is positivity from student after student in hallway after cafeteria. So it was a great time to really get out into the schools. I also wanted to share that last night we had the SMOB Advisory Council, which I know that I shared with you all about, and we all convened last night. I invited our colleagues, Mrs. Shabra Evans and Mrs. Patricia O'Neill, to the SMOB Advisory Council meeting at Richard Montgomery High School, and there were over 200 students in attendance, which is a great accomplishment because that shows that there are definitely students engaged, and I asked if they'd be here all the way up until June when my term ends, and they said that they would, so I'm going to hold them up to their word. But I definitely know that there are a lot of students engaged. It seemed like the top 3 issues when questioning Mrs. O'Neill and Mrs. Evans, and when questioning myself as well, were ranging from climate change all the way up until infrastructure in their schools. The students were engaged and we knew what they were talking about, so I'm happy that their words were cohesive and really out there. That's pretty much it for me. I'm happy that the first week went well. I've tried my best to be in school, and I know I'll try my best to keep going, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tinvite. Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, want to just express my appreciation to everyone in MCPS for what seemed to me to be a very, very smooth opening of schools. My doggy George and I were looking out the window on the first day, and we could see an MCPS school bus that was sitting out there waiting to pick up students. And the driver was so excited. He was driving actually out of Paint Branch as well, and we had a chance to reminisce a little bit. But I want to say a special thank you also, though, to the teachers, to the principals, assistant principals, and support staff. As I said, the whole week seemed to be pretty seamless in terms of minimal issues. And, and sometimes I like to be out after school's out and see some of my younger neighbors come back and ask them how their day went. And I did that on the first day of school, and they were very, very happy. So, that was wonderful to see as well. So the other comment that I had, I was going to make during board member comments, but I think it'll be more appropriate when we have the high school presentation on choice. We had Ms. Evans and I meeting with some parents as we begin to focus in on the boundary issues with Clarksburg Northwest and Seneca Valley, and we had some questions about the program at Seneca Valley, and so I think it would be appropriate, when Scott comes on, to ask those questions at that time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Mondrosky.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo the comments of my colleagues here, thanking everyone for everything that they do to make sure that our schools open on time and seamlessly and are there, and happy to see receive our students and support them. I hope that everybody had a fabulous first week of school from everyone I heard from. They did, which is always nice and encouraging. And lastly, I just want to wish a happy belated birthday to Dr. Smith, which was yesterday, and Dr. McKnight, which I understand was Sunday. So, hope you all had a good...
Virgos.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, well, it was wonderful coming to the SMOB advisory last night. The enthusiasm of the students was just amazing, and we had a great time. The other issue was about mental health that was raised. I mean, and that from year to year has been an issue. And I certainly hope that Be Well 365, that we will have updates. And I don't know the status of a mental health day when
It's going to be a mental health week, and we will be getting more information as it comes along. It's going to be in November.
Okay.
So.
But that was an issue that was raised. And the other thing is that as we're sitting here on the eve of 9/11, I would be remiss to not mention that on 9/11 we were convened as the Board of Education, and it was shocking to us. I mean, we were in closed session. Dr. Weiss knocked on the door, said, "You have to turn on the TV." One plane hit the World Trade Center, and we turned on the TV, and almost immediately the second plane hit the World Trade Center, and he was taken to the emergency command of the system, for the county. But, one thing, cell phones were not allowed on school grounds at that time, and it was still illegal based on Maryland law. And yet, on 9/11, all throughout the county, cell phones were pulled out of backpacks, and students attempted to call their parents and the cell phone system sort of crashed because of overuse. But as recently as this morning, there was in our clippings an article that there was some discussion about changes in our cell phone policies and regulations, and I know Fairfax County has made a change, but it's been reported in the media, and I know that there are some parents that are advocating that cell phone policies be changed. I have to say, as someone who lived through 9/11 here as a parent, and then more importantly lived through this DC sniper with a middle school child who was a walker, I hope that we would really be careful about getting comments and feedback from all areas of the county, from diverse parents, students, teachers, and I know that cell phones can become a nuisance in our classrooms, and we certainly don't want that, but they're ubiquitous in society, and I do know that some adults also need to be more careful about their cell phone use, especially as I see adults texting while they're driving. But so I just hope that I don't know where people think we are in making changes. It's actually in a regulation, portable communication devices, and so I throw that out. The other thing is, last night Nate and I were having a conversation about the personal statements, the essays for college applications. And I said, well, both my daughters who graduated from Walt Whitman High School, they both took AP English. And I don't know whether it was just a Walt Whitman High School thing or whether at one point in time it was across our senior English. But at Whitman, at the time with my daughters, the first assignment in senior English was to write a personal essay, your personal essay for the college application, that could be suitable for the college application. And I wonder, do we still have that across schools? And,
I think some schools
do, but Kennedy was not doing it. And, as for many kids who are first generation applicants to college, students who maybe don't need to have their parents nagging them about it, I just wonder if we could have an update. Do we still do that? And are all schools making that advance? Because we should be supporting all of our kids in the college application process. And I saw Miss Silvestri shaking her head. Is your daughter? So, whether it's 11th or 12th grade, but somewhere, is it across schools?
We will definitely do a follow-up so that you know what the state is right now of schools.
Thank you. Dr. Daka?
Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody who came to speak, the students, but they're not here right now. They'll have to see this on TV. But I think that they brought some really great points up that we've been talking about, and that we're talking about regional IBs, and the suggestion was that we make sure that they have the same rigor as the IBs that have been here for a while, Richard Montgomery and another that's open. I don't know, I can't remember right now. But we know that we have IBs in other schools, but we want the public to understand that the teachers have to be trained the same way. If they're going to be teaching IB, the tests are the same, and the scores are the same for the students. So they are not getting a free ride when they go into these IB programs that are not at individual schools that we have had IB programs for a long time. And I think the students at Kennedy talked about the pre-preparation that they were getting for the IB. Some of them have programs in their middle school, some of them don't, but they are being made knowledgeable about the kinds of things they need to do to be able to have a program in high school that's going to be successful. And I really appreciated the Kennedy and Springbrook student who talked about the offerings at that school and how they had another idea about the education at those schools, but when they got there, they found that they were really wonderful opportunities for them, and we need to hear more and more of that. I just wanted to thank the whole community members who came out today to talk about Black and Brown opportunities, because I've been here in the school system since 1969. In 1974, I worked upstairs above this room in human relations. We have been talking about this achievement program for that long time, and then we had Ms. Rubens here, and everybody on the board knows that she's on 1977-2, and that date was chosen because the Black Action Steps were written on that during that year. And the same things we're talking about now, achievement, choice programs, suspensions, are still being talked about, and that was in the 1977 Black Action Steps. And then we started having more Latino students, and some of the concerns are the same in terms of achievement in reading and math and in other areas and the opportunities that they get. So I'm just glad to see that the community has come together on this with the NAACP and Identity in 1977-2. We need to do this together. It's very important, and the Black and brown children are more than 52% of the school system, maybe more than that. The other part is Hispanic heritage, and I didn't get to break in at the time, but Latino parents or Latino families and persons have been here for quite a long time. You can look at St. Augustine in Florida, which is the oldest continuously occupied city in the United States, which was founded by Spaniards who came here. And also, just taking, for example, the El Camino Real, which is in California. Just about every city that's important in California was on the Camino Real, where they set up communities around religious chapels and churches. They also contributed in soil conservation and water conservation, because Spain is a very dry country. It has 5 rivers, but other places they just don't have the kind of streams and connections that we have here. But they taught people who live in the West how to ranch, how to conserve water. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the kind of development in the western part of the United States. And it's connected today because when you hear about the western part of the United States, they are still lacking in water. And the more people that move into those areas, the more desperate we are to have water for those areas. And the last thing I'll say is that the County Council this morning had a celebration or a commemoration of 400 years of Black history in the United States. They had it at 10 a.m. and we could not attend. So I did have an opportunity to speak with Council Member Jawando last week and to tell him we were so sorry we could not come. We would definitely have been there because it's really important, especially in the kinds of things that we're doing. The Post has been covering Jamestown very carefully, and that was 1619. And I don't know, some of you probably have seen that. These all things are kind of working together. And these are issues that are related to the history in this country and to slavery. And the last thing I want to say is that I did read in the paper how upset some people are that they are now talking about slavery at Mount Vernon and at Monticello. And this is a part of our history. We can't just ignore it. And they're being honest about it at these places. So 400 years of Black history in this country are very significant, and we're still working together.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. As many of you all know, I'm the parent of a high school senior this year, and so college is kind of taken over our lives. So in piggybacking on what Mrs. O'Neill said in terms of what we think we're doing to get our students, one, ready for college and career, but also how we're encouraging them to take advantage of the opportunities. I'm living it and observing and reflecting, but I guess I would encourage the system to, again, what are we doing across the board, right? So one of the women that testified today was talking about the lack of rigor for her middle schooler, maybe because he's in ESOL. I'm not sure, that's a question, that's for another conversation, but what are we doing to really make sure that our students have access to the college-going or technical school or whatever opportunities, but across the board? Are just certain kids getting it? Is it getting down to all the different levels? And anyway, as I experience firsthand the senior year experience, I'll have maybe be more reflective and suggestions for our system as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank everybody that came to testify. And I also want to thank everybody in MCPS for a smooth opening of the school year. I'm probably going to say one thing as a comment in regard to what Ms. O'Neill and Ms. Silvestri said that might upset some people, but I think it's a point that needs to be made and looked at. You will note that you mentioned that your daughter had this and your daughter had this. Your daughter goes to Wooten, yours goes to Bethesda Chevy Chase, I believe. But, you know, you have to wonder. And I know that we can do better in looking at the services we're providing on one side of the county versus the other side. And I'm not going to name any other schools, but I do think that that is something that we actually have to take a look at now that it's been raised. And I'm sure that I will get all kind of emails about making this statement.
That's what we're asking for, essentially. Is it
Yeah. But the other thing I want to mention is that I had the opportunity, in partnership with our faith community, to attend what they call the Sweet Hour of Prayer. This is a service that has occurred every year, I believe. I want to say for 11 years, but I'm not going to say how many. But it started after the Columbine shootings, and what this is the Black Ministerial Alliance gets together, and they pray at the beginning of the opening of the school year. Now, anybody that knows me knows that this was way out of my comfort zone, but I was asked to come and pray for the students of Montgomery County, not just the students of MCPS, but all students in Montgomery County. And I did it, and actually I'm very proud of myself. I can also tell you that you could find anything on Google to help you out if you need it. But I did have the opportunity, and I want to say that I prayed for the students, and I also prayed for the teachers, because they're the warriors on the front line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Dr. Smith.
It's very exciting to have the first week of school completed, and across the system, obviously, there were things that needed adjustment, and different parents had different experiences that we've been interacting with. But overall, the opening of school is very, very smooth, and I really would be remiss if I didn't thank our 23,000 plus employees and all of the many families and extended family members and community members who support children every day in this process of going back to school. Just like to talk a little bit about some of the numbers affiliated with the opening of school. Last Tuesday, we welcomed more than 164,000 pre-K through 12th graders. Now, people get confused and frustrated because they hear different numbers, but the fact is that we count kindergarten through 12th grade, and we count pre-K, and then we add them together. And right now, we're doing that process of sorting through that. Right now, validated by attendance in the kindergarten through 12th grade, we have just over 160,000 students. That could grow, or that could diminish, but right now that is a record high for the system of having this number of students. It is actually about 2,300 more students than we had last September 30th when we did our official count. Then we gained about 600 students during the school year last year, net gain. So as we think about all these numbers, we will just keep a very close eye on it and make sure we're counting every student appropriately. And then on September 30th, we will tell the state, this is how many students we have officially for this school year, and that's what our state funding and our local funding is based on. We opened 130,000 square feet of new space in Snowden Farm Elementary, as well as additions at Ashburton and Krista McAuliffe Elementary School. And so those are additional spaces, and we have other new spaces, renovated spaces, and additional spaces being constructed right now that we will continue and we'll talk a lot about. I had the wonderful opportunity to visit schools in the center of the county, the north of the county, down county, the east of the county, and the west of the county in the past week. And it just is so encouraging and inspiring when we see the students, the staff members coming together, and the real positive impact that schools can and should have on students. We had a lot of our county leaders join us in schools, and I was excited for them to see the good work of the school system and appreciate that the county executive and many of the county council members were in schools last week and had chances to see the facilities, the staff, the students, and all of the activity going on. You know, obviously, our mission is unchanged. That's to reach all students. And a couple of the comments today I want to respond to. The work we do, for example, the parent that spoke about her middle school son, what happens with a child between 0 and 12 years of age has a profound effect on whether or not that child goes to college. And many other factors matter, but in terms of academic preparation, if you reach the 7th or 8th grade and you are not foundationally prepared, that is a problem. And that's one of the many efforts around our new curriculum, our instructional practice, our cultural proficiency, our restorative practices, and our Be Well 365. All of those matter, as well as having that rigorous mathematics and literacy background when you get there. Also, when we talk about cell phones, it's interesting. I've had a lot of questions from the press and others about that. One of the questions I was asked on the first day of school is, so Fairfax changed their cell phone policy. Are you going to change yours? And I said, well, we're always working on all of our policies, and we'll continue to work on the cell phone with issues with our staff members and with our county council PTAs. They have a very active, as Ms. O'Neill referenced, group looking and talking, and a lot of debate within that very group about what's the appropriate level. But what we really want to find out is, how do we work with students to help them see that computer that they hold in their hand every day as a real resource for learning, but also as a real distraction from being in the moment in life in learning. And I saw an absolutely wonderful lesson at Quince Orchard High School last week in world history class, and I actually referred that already to curriculum instruction and technology, where a teacher very clearly explained to students how that cell phone can be a tool of wonderful opportunity for learning, or it can be a constant distraction to your mind and to your attention. And so we're going to look across our system this year. We're going to start with that teacher for opportunities where teachers are teaching those lessons that are very powerful. And she had the complete attention of those students, and they were understanding what she was saying to them about how it interferes with their learning when it's not used appropriately. So I think that's the key to anything we want to do with cell phones, is talk about how does it work in your job, in your schoolwork, in your life? When is it helpful, and when does it actually become a barrier to being in the moment and appreciating and enjoying what you're experiencing at this moment, as opposed to looking for something different to experience that's out there somewhere? And so I think that was a wonderful thing. I also want to say 55% of our students at the end of last year were African American or Hispanic Latino. And if you add students, the additional students of other races who are in poverty, we're at about 59% of our students are students of color, students in poverty, or both. So that just gives you some reference point on that, because Dr. Daka referenced that. And then finally, two last things. I had the chance to be at Asbury last night, where we have many of our senior members of our community living together, and about 200 of them came together for a panel discussion with Dr. Pollard from Montgomery College, Dr. Edelstein from University of Shady Grove, and me about the ACES program. We have it in 14 schools. It's another area of expansion and need for us as a school system as we look at the FY21 budget. And I learned about the Gaithersburg Beloved Community Initiative. And we're going to engage with Asbury to try to spread this community initiative across this county, where the folks at Asbury go into Gaithersburg and other elementaries in that community, work closely with children. They've expanded to the middle schools, and now they're having conversations about expanding to the high schools. And it was very exciting to get to share with them the work of the ACES program across 14 high schools, but also to hear from them about their commitment to our children and adolescents of this county. I was very inspired when I left there last night after the meeting. And then also I want to share, in terms of Be Well 365, these are prototypes of bookmarks we're making And so elementary children will receive these, and this side says it's okay to ask for help. Do you need help at school, at home? Do you feel sad? Do you feel angry? And then the other side, it says, my name is Jack Smith. I am a school psychologist. I am here to listen, help you, talk to you. So all children, this is one of our Be Well 365 pervasive efforts to spread this information to the children and families across the system in their hand. And so I really want to commend and push on all of the individuals that are involved in these efforts to get the information out to everyone in a variety of formats, languages, systems, because an email or a flyer posted to a bulletin board doesn't do it in the world we live and work in today. We got to pervasively communicate with people. So I want to thank them publicly for the work they're doing in this area.
Very good. So I'll be quick, but I wanted to welcome everyone back. I can associate myself with a lot of what my colleagues have said, and this was my first year actually joining the superintendent at the very beginning of the day on the first day of school. And I'll tell a funny story. I got the information about what time we should arrive, and I text him on Friday night to say, so what time are you getting there? I want to meet you when you get there, just to kind of verify. He said 5:15 in the morning. So I said, okay, so I'll make sure I'm there. But so where I live, I got up at 3:30 in the morning just to make certain that I could get to Quince Orchard at 5:10, 5 o'clock. And you know what, for the first time, I really, at 3:30, I thought about, just because we had just had the bus tour, I thought about many of our bus drivers were getting up, heading to their various depots, and it just really made me think about all the hard work and preparation that goes into getting our system ready and prepared for the 164,000 plus students. Not only them, but the administrators that are working throughout the summer, just everybody in the school building. And so when we got to Quince Orchard, the administrators came out to greet us at about 5:10, as though it was like 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Very chipper and very eager and very ready to welcome all of the students. And it really was a exciting time. I had never witnessed the seniors do what they did at Quince Orchard. They everybody comes early, they have on shirts that are similar, and then they crash the halls. They're given a key, they're given a spiel, and just kind of raise the excitement of their senior year. They're given the key, and they kind of all crash and roll through the hallway. So it was just really exciting to watch them. Oh, the key to senior hall. Yeah, so it was really exciting to be there on the first day and go across the county and just see all the great things that are going on in our school system. We know as board members what's going on, but I don't know that the community is often able to really see and hear all the great things that are going on. So I just want you to know that our kids are in good hands, and I'm always in awe of everything that goes on in our classrooms and how excited everyone is, and they're there ready to teach our kids each and every day. So I just wanted to share that it was an early morning, but it definitely was worth it, and just appreciate all the hard work that goes on here in Montgomery County. And then I'll just mention real quickly that Mrs. O'Neill and I did attend the SMOM Advisory Town Hall with our student board member, Nate Tinbite, and, just a testament to your leadership, the number of students that came out, and they kept coming and they kept apologizing. There are so many students, I didn't know it was going to be this many. I said, this is great. This is your leadership. And so I'm certain that other board members will get an opportunity to go and speak with our students, but they were so engaged, they were so ready and prepared, and I'm sure you have a stack of cards that we didn't even
I was just going to mention that. There are a
right?
stack of cards, definitely with probably like 200 cards with questions on them, for sure. So I'll put that all in a Google Doc.
Sure. But just want to say welcome back to everybody, and I'm looking forward to a great year.
Ms. Evans, if it's okay, we have a short video of highlights of the first day of school. We'd love to
let's
share,
see
if
it.
that's
Let's
okay.
see it. Okay.
We would like to welcome back our students, staff, and all visitors on this wonderful first day of school.
We're jamming on the first day of school.
Yeah, I did want to say too that there were, we went to Quince Orchard High School, Shady Grove Middle School, we went to Arcola Elementary School, and in Brown Station Elementary School, and you saw a lot of relationship building. Like, so, my daughter came, she's in middle school, and she came home and she said she didn't have homework, and I said, so we talked about what she did. I said, well, that's really important. You want your teachers to get to know you. So we saw a lot of relationship building, people establishing relationships very early on to be able to do all that hard work in the coming weeks. So I thought that was great. So without further ado, we will ask board members. I'll start with Dr. Daka, if you have any committee updates.
Yes, the policy committee meets this week on the 12th at 3 o'clock. We'll be talking about child abuse and neglect, our policy on that, and on transfers. And I blanked out on the first one.
Calendar.
Oh, thank you, calendar. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestre, do you have any committee updates?
Nope, we don't have our meeting this month, so we'll have an update at the next meeting.
Just checking. Ms. Wolf?
The Communications Committee will meet on September 17th, and as Dr. Smith says, we need pervasive communication effort, so we'll be looking at what we currently have in place. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Dixon?
We've got you by a day, September 16th, 10 a.m. Fiscal Management Committee.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Special populations will be meeting October 10th.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So we can move on to item number 7, item of discussion, the choice update. Dr. Smith?
As our team comes forward to share with us an update on where we are with the choice study and the choice actions that have come out of that, I'm particularly pleased because 3 years ago today we were mapping out a schedule of how to respond to the March 2016 study, the Metis Report Study of Choice and Special Academic Programs. And if we were to go back and look at the calendar and the map we created at that time, a tremendous amount of work has been done in this area. And the folks sitting in front of you have been very involved in that work at the elementary, middle, and high school level, including the 2017 Education Strategy Group Report, Preparing All Students for Economic and Career Success. Just so much work has been done, and today we're going to talk primarily about high school programs, but this is about expanding access, creating opportunity, supporting all of our students in all places, because the potential of our students is profound. It's absolutely profound. And so I'm going to ask Dr. McKnight to frame this conversation and then to turn it over to the team. Thank you all for all your work.
All right. So it's exciting to delve into this conversation. I've had a couple of weeks to spend time with this team to really talk about what we want to accomplish in expansion of IB programs, and we've had some robust discussions around the really important part of why we need to do this. And we, as Dr. Smith mentioned, we need to create opportunities for students and expand on what we have learned from these programs and build out even more opportunity. So with that said, today I just want to frame up a few things. The high school plan is a continuation of efforts underway at the elementary and middle school levels, expanding opportunity options and access to accelerated and enriched instruction, both at every local school and in special programs. Similar to the elementary and middle school efforts, the high school strategic plan will increase the abundance of programs by offering greater access for all students and by offering programs in regional models closer to where students live. While we build this intentional network of regional programs that prepare students for college and the workforce in a changing economy, it is important to note that foundational to the high school plan is prioritizing college and career pathways for students in every local high school. And the vast majority of students do attend their local schools. So as the presentation goes through, they'll share some data with you about currently how we are doing with student accessing programs, which leads into even more of a need in terms of why we're having this conversation today. I must say that the team, we've been having some discussions, and our intention up front in planning for these programs is to make sure that we have taken from what we've learned in our current IB models and making sure we pay attention to every detail in expanding our new IB programs. I mean, to the point where we want to make sure we have, as Dr. Daga stated earlier, staff who are trained and well-versed in what they have to do, because we want them to have the great experience that we are accustomed to providing in these programs. So with that said, I will now turn it over to Dr. Navarro, Ms. Hazel, to give us more information about that.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. So the team is back to provide you an update, and I just wanted to emphasize before we get into the details, the first two slides that came up with you are really talking a little bit about the conceptual frames that ground this work. But we also want to get down into some conversations and details about what the future processes will look like. So as we begin to talk about high school programs, we also want to end with what's next. A couple of the notes that I've taken from parents, both parents sitting at the board table as well as parents that came to testify, is the importance of parents wanting to know what is next. So hopefully at the end, when we transition all the way through, Jeannie Franklin is here to close us out and talk a little bit about the communication that will happen with families that are making decisions about what's next for their students. So with that, I'll turn it to Nikki Hazel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just want to just very quickly introduce the team. We have Mr. Scott Murphy, the Director of Secondary Curriculum and District-Wide Programs, Mrs. Libby Rogovoy, who is our district-wide AP and IB Coordinator, and Mrs. Jeannie Franklin, Director of the Division of Consortia Choice and Application Programs and Services. I did it. It's very long. So again, we were here in May to talk with you about high school programming. And we've come back today to talk about our plan. And as you can see, it's a long-term strategic plan that really takes us to 2025 and beyond. As we look at 2025 as the year that we will hope to open Charles W. Woodward High School. And in addition to that, we want to talk today about building a strong foundation for our high school programs. So we want to make sure we have strong programs in every school. We want to expand the options and the access for regional programs for students. And we want to ensure that we are streamlining the marketing and application process and making it an equitable process. So today's conversation will focus on phase one of the process, which will begin in the fall 2021, next school year, with our rising ninth grade students. And phase one will focus on our regional college and career-ready high schools with the new state-of-the-art Seneca Valley High School, a new partnership that we have with Wheaton High School and Thomas Edison High School of Technology. And also, in addition to the Richard Montgomery Countywide Regional Program, which we want to say up front will remain a countywide program for the foreseeable future, we also want to expand some of our other IB programs into regional programs. And so we're really here today to talk about those regional programs. Excuse me. For today's discussion, we will share just a little bit about stakeholder engagement. We'll set some context around our initiative. We will talk about our implementation plan, the outreach and marketing, and then we'll talk about the timeline and next steps. So just very briefly about stakeholder engagement. I want to just highlight that we've had an opportunity since May to talk with a number of stakeholders and go to a number of events where we have heard from communities about the last presentation that we provided, and the feedback really was they wanted more detail. And so today we are coming to provide more detail about our programs, and want to just reiterate the importance of getting feedback from the community. It really drives where we move in the future. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So as Mrs. Hazel mentioned, there are two priority initiatives that we're going to cover in depth this afternoon. First is the expanded access to the college and career readiness programs in a new regional model. And second is the expansion of the IB diploma program to 3 additional regional sites across the district. So first I want to just kind of recapture our vision for career readiness and new models that will open in 2020, as Mrs. Hazel mentioned, at the new Seneca Valley High School, and a new partnership that has formed between Wheaton and Thomas Edison. As we discussed at the May 30th meeting, there's a tremendous sense of urgency to expand access to college and career pathways that are responding to the changing economy and preparing students to get an early edge in life after high school. Providing students with that early edge is not just about preparing for a 4-year college degree, but it's about getting a head start in high-demand career sectors, earning industry certifications, earning college credit in high school, engaging in internships, apprenticeships, and other experiences in the real world. These are the types of experiences that students are asking for and employers want. One of the things that we know about the changing economy is that the path to success is no longer 2 separate paths. It is no longer an either or. It's not a path to college or a vocational track. In today's world, it's both. They are one and the same. Students need the academic knowledge to be prepared for college, but also the technical skills, professional skills, and real-world experiences to achieve success in the workforce. Employers tell us all the time that they don't just want the academics and degrees, but they want the complete package. So in order to prepare our students for this reality, we are reimagining the high school experience and leveraging new state-of-the-art facilities like Seneca Valley or what opened last year at Edison. As we look within our own district and across the country, we know that the most effective models for rigorous, relevant, high-demand career readiness programs are comprehensive in nature, where students attend full-time in a 4-year experience starting in 9th grade. So, at the centerpiece of expanding access is the new Seneca Valley High School opening in the 2021 school year, as well as the new partnership we've discussed between Wheaton and Edison, also to begin that year. Each of these locations will offer 4-year comprehensive programs that are of the highest demand, both among students and in the high-wage, high-demand career outlooks of the future. While all local students will have access to all programs, selected programs will be offered to students in a wider geographic region, creating a new regional model. An up-county catchment served by Seneca Valley, shaded on the map, and another catchment served by the Wheaton-Edison partnership, which is unshaded on the map that you have. The programs at these 2 sites will generally mirror each other, with 100 to 125 seats available to rising 9th grade students each year at each location. This regional approach will eliminate barriers that have existed with the current Edison model, in which students have had to travel great distances and lose time in their day to attend on a part-time basis while staying enrolled at their home school. These new regional application programs will allow students to attend the school full-time in a comprehensive 4-year experience, applying during 8th grade to begin the program in 9th grade. These application programs will be interest-based and managed centrally. Student assignments from outside the local school area will be made by lottery. It is important to note that the current part-time model will also remain in place, creating the additional on-ramps that we want for students later on in grades 10 or 11. However, through these new application programs, there will be new opportunities for students in a comprehensive experience. So for 2020-21, these selected programs will be the application programs available to 8th grade students, with 100 to 125 seats available from outside the local school. Students will begin applying from the 8th grade this fall to begin programs as 9th graders next school year at either Seneca Valley or the Wheaton-Edison partnership based on where they live. The application programs are construction management and architecture, healthcare, hospitality, information technology and cybersecurity, as well as Project Lead the Way. Again, with 100 to 125 seats each year. Whoops. These programs are of the highest demand for both students and also in the job market, and reflect extensive input and feedback we have received from each of the school communities. I'd also like to point out that other programs like cosmetology or automotive technologies or JROTC and others will remain available to students in the current model. For example, part-time at Edison or Seneca Valley or even other schools like Gaithersburg High School. These part-time options will remain in place for students in addition to the new application programs that will launch next year. I'd like to take a moment to highlight Seneca Valley in particular, given the complexities with the boundary decision coming later this fall, in addition to the new programs and processes I just discussed. First, it is important to note that Seneca Valley currently has many rigorous high-demand programs that will remain in place, such as the IB diploma, eventually bringing in the middle years program as part of the IB, advanced placement courses, a Montgomery College Institute, other programs like Project Lead the Way, JROTC, and others, and very popular electives and programs in the arts, theater, music, among others. All of these programs will remain at Seneca Valley, and with expanded enrollment and a new facility, will only grow more robust. More students and more classrooms means more options and course offerings, and that critical mass of students creates vibrant programs. We also know that there is simultaneously a boundary analysis coinciding with all of these program changes and decisions coming later this fall. So as a result, an aggressive proactive communication plan is underway jointly from our office in collaboration with the Office of the Chief Operating Officer and our Department of Communications to ensure that the communities impacted by the boundary decisions and their middle school feeder communities are fully aware of the pending changes, both with boundary decisions as well as the new programs and processes coming to Seneca Valley. These communications have really ramped up with the opening of school and will continue with back-to-school nights, PTSA meetings, focus groups on the ground level in those communities, and other events that are planned in the communities. The timeline on the right of your screen is just an excerpt, an example of a flyer and other communication vehicles that have launched as of the opening of school last week, just bringing together both the boundary and program conversations that are happening at the same time. Before I wrap up, also want to highlight a few of the other centrally managed career readiness programs that are growing across MCPS. One of them includes the Career Readiness Education Academy, or what we call CREA, for older English language learners in MCPS who are unlikely to meet all the graduation requirements before turning age 21. This program provides English language instruction, GED preparation, and a full career pathway with industry certifications, which is expanding from its current site at Edison also to Seneca Valley this year. Also wanted to mention the early college programs in which high school juniors and seniors attend Montgomery College full-time while also meeting graduation requirements through dual credit is now offered at all 3 Montgomery College campuses in multiple degree programs, which is also creating regional opportunities for students. We're also continuing to grow the other regional programs that you've heard about the last couple of years, such as the aviation program, the fire academy, the pathways in technology, and others. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that what all of these programs have in common, whether it's a traditional magnet program to the new programs at Seneca Valley or at Wheaton and Edison, others that I just mentioned, what they all will have in common is they'll be part of a one-stop shop of information, communication, and application processes in order to better streamline the communications and awareness for students and families. Students will be able to apply to multiple programs through one common application. I also wanted to note that all of these programs, from the magnets to the career programs to the new regional options that I just discussed, will all be on the same timeline so that students and families receive information all at the same time. Next, we are going to transition to the other major component of Phase 1, which is the expansion of the IB diploma program to regional sites in addition to the countywide program at Richard Montgomery. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Rogovoy, our district-wide AP IB coordinator.
Good afternoon, Board President, Dr. Smith, Dr. McKnight, and members. The IB diploma program is in 8 of our high schools. All IB programs have externally validated curriculum. There are internal exams and external exams that are internationally benchmarked that make multiple measures for student performance. 100% of our diploma teachers are trained and receive standardized training from the IB. IB diploma teachers have to be trained to teach the course. We centrally manage these resources to ensure that we have access to programs across the county. IB educators across the county come together, plan, analyze data, share best practices within MCPS and outside of the Mid-Atlantic Association of World Schools. The IB Diploma Program is a 2-year program in 11th and 12th grade. The program requires students to take 6 courses from the required core. They also take what we call is the IB Core, which is the theory of knowledge, community action and service, and complete the extended essay. Students complete exams both internally and externally to make up their full IB grades. The diploma is awarded based on the performance of all parts of the IB program. These exams are validated and developed by the IB, and this is the system across the world. Recently, in May of this year, the IB Board of Governors came to see Montgomery County Public Schools, and they wanted to see IB in a public school system, in a large public school system. And during this meeting, the focus around the conversation was around access and opportunities. And one of the board members questioned us and said, what can we do as the IB Board of Governors to eliminate barriers and increase access? Historically, IB has charged students a fee for registration on top of the exam fee. For example, if a student registered for an exam, that year they would have a registration cost as well. We are pleased to announce that the IB Board of Governors heard our cry and said, when we said that one of the biggest barriers in MCPS for our students and families is the cost of the registration cost on top of the exam cost. Effective immediately, they are eliminating that cost worldwide, which means more access for students to have more exams or pursue the full diploma. In MCPS, we also have financial assistance for both AP and IB exams. We wanted you to hear what the IB means for students. So we would like you to take a few minutes to hear from Ricardo Camacho, who is a Watkins Mill graduate.
I learned that there was an IB program here at Watkins Mill, and that interested me because it had kind of a worldwide perspective, but also offered a curriculum that was, I think, complementary to the typical AP courses. After I graduated from high school, I worked in the hotel business for a while locally here in the DC area. And for the last 4 years, I worked in Abu Dhabi for a sovereign fund, managing a hotel portfolio around the world. My responsibilities were mostly for the US and Australia, for hotels that we own there. One of the things that the IB program helped me with was it really kind of gave me a global perspective, which I found to have really helped me. The other thing I would say is that the IB program really emphasized critical thinking and also writing skills. As I progressed in a business career, those have really been key skills. I actually recently spoke to a lot of my classmates in the IB program. It's impressive what they're all doing professionally. The critical thinking skills and the way that the IB program helped us think, partly because of the great teachers that we had here at Watkins Mill. Everyone said that was instrumental in their current career. You know, whether they're in medicine, whether they're, one of my classmates has a PhD in neuroscience. One of them is, an IT specialist, a cloud computing engineer. And they were all really, unified in saying that the IB program was special for them and that they look back at their time in the IB program at Watkins Mill as being extremely important and extremely helpful to their careers today. If someone was thinking about joining, I would definitely encourage it. I'd say that it's a special experience, and for me, it was really a formative one. It's a fun time too. There's a great group of IB teachers here at Watkins Mill. I would definitely encourage it. I think it helps give you a kind of international perspective, and I would encourage them to look into it.
Dr. Smith recently spoke about access and opportunity in a recent A&S meeting. He said, if we don't have access, you can't increase performance. And this is what we are doing and showing. With access and opportunity, it will lead to results and achievement for all. This data slide shows you a comparison of AP and IB exams from 2016 to 2018 graduating class that took at least one AP or IB exam. As you can see, the focus groups, we continue to remove barriers, open opportunities, and ensure everyone take at least one AP or IB course while in high school. Again, access leads to opportunity. Recently, an excerpt from Learning in the Fast Lane was published highlighting MCPS and the work being done to remove barriers and expand AP and IB access. Dr. Smith is quoted in this book as saying, "We can't have some who are achieving at the highest levels and some who don't achieve." This book applauds our work on supporting all students feeling that they belong in an AP or an IB course and the supports they gain to enough confidence and self-awareness to be successful. This chart shows a snapshot of IB within the district across the focus groups that took at least one IB exam from the graduating class of 2016 and 2018. Please keep in mind this is 8 of our high schools. As you can see, all groups have increased participation in IB across the system, which supports our efforts on increasing access and opportunity for students. As you saw on the previous slide, participation in IB exams increased across the focus groups. And on this slide, you can see the performance is also increasing across the board. Many would believe that if you increase access, the performance would drop. This data slide shows you and proves the opposite to be true and supports the case for opening IB and expanding access will and has proven to increase performance. Hispanic and Latino groups in the FARMS column, you could see as an example, has doubled in size of students earning a 4 or higher on at least one exam. Again, access leads to opportunity and results and achievement. Now we're going to hear from Mrs. Franklin, who's going to speak about the demand of IB in the system.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
That was my band.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm so very excited to share some of this information and be part of this team. I've come before you for elementary, middle, and now high. So we're going to finish it off. Maybe I'll join you, Ms. Silvestri, for the college discussion next year, too. So one of the things we want to start with is, as you know, we have 8 IB programs in our high schools, and that there are 2 different models for which students can access the program. We have a countywide admission model where students apply, academic data is submitted, and there's a selection review committee. And as you see by the graphic, we have over 1,000 students who apply to the county-wide program, meaning that 25 school clusters can be represented in this data. And so as we go to invite through the selection process, we invite roughly 180 to 210 students. And the reason why we do that is that many of these students are also applying to other programs, such as MC Squared, their local signature program, the VAC, the Visual Arts Center. And after they're invited, we have found over the past year, 70 to 75% of the students invited accept the program, and 20 to 25% decline or accept a different program. So we end up in the blue on the graphic, about 100 students invited, and that's just out of area. So we start with over 1,000, and we place 100 out of area students. The other model, I'm going to go back to that slide. The other model for which students can access the program is a self-select program, which is in 7 of our high schools. Students at our 7 high schools can determine whether they want to join the IB program in grade 11. So that model is where students work with their counselor, they develop a schedule, and then they participate either in each of the courses, taking one course here and there, or they take the full diploma program. So we have 2 different models in which students can apply. But when we look at our county-wide model, the model that is serving 25 high schools, what we want to show you is just a snapshot. Who is really accessing, who is really getting opportunity? So this is a snapshot of 2018. Of the 180 to 200 students we invited, 165 students on this graphic represent the out-of-area students that we invited. It does not reflect the Richard Montgomery students. When we look at who's accessing, we are seeing 106 students. Of that 165 are coming from those 5 listed high schools. That represents 64% of the invited group are coming from 5 high schools. When you look at the remaining, all other high schools, which is 19, that leaves you 36% of the students who are getting those seats. So we have to really think about this in access and opportunity, who's really accessing and who's really getting opportunity. So this data represents roughly 4 to 5 years worth of data that we looked at. So this is not just a snapshot, this is roughly 5 years worth of data. So that brings us to our new innovative and expansion of the IB programs. Here we are proposing to add 3 regional sites at John F. Kennedy, Springbrook, and Watkins Mill, and keep Richard Montgomery our countywide program for the foreseeable future. So what we want to make sure that you realize is that during this expansion, each IB regional program will offer, which is identical to the countywide program, an academic cohort in grade 9 and 10. They will also offer the middle years programs for the entire grades 9 and 10. They will have an identical admissions process as well. Each IB regional program, along with their countywide program, will continue to offer IB trained teachers, counselors, administrators, the same IB curriculum and offerings as well. So let's take a look at this slide. This data shows the class of 2016 and 18 who earned a score of 4 or higher on at least one exam. This slide is showing what access and opportunity can do for students from 2016 to 2018. So obviously the green bars for most increased, and overall they increase, showing that we provided more opportunity, therefore granted more access. We wanted to definitely give Kennedy a shout out here, where they over doubled the number of students accessing. This slide is very important. As we compare ourselves to the national standard, at all 4 schools that will be part of our admissions process, John F. Kennedy, Richard Montgomery, Springbrook, and Watkins Mill, about 1 in 3 students graduated with 4 or higher on at least one IB exam. So this is very compelling data, and this affirms why we want to move forward with those 4 schools, or 3 new regional schools in terms of a new admissions process. So this is a graphic that helps just explain and collect the new process and the new expansion models that we have. So we'll just walk through together. In the yellow, that is Watkins Mill Regional Site. There are roughly 9 high school clusters that would be served by Watkins Mill, would offer 50 seats for out-of-area students and up to 25 local seats for a total of 75. In the green, that's Springbrook High School. That's their regional catchment area. Roughly 6 schools there, also offering 50 seats with up to 25 local seats. And in the blue, there are roughly 9 there. I'll go back to the yellow. That is 8, I believe. So in the blue, there's 9 schools. John F. Kennedy would be the catchment for that area, and they would also have 50 seats, and with 25 local seats. You will see in the middle, Richard Montgomery is shaded, and it's also yellow. What we wanted to show you there is that because Richard Montgomery is remaining a countywide program, those students who have Richard Montgomery as a home school would be evaluated. They will be evaluated against their own peer group of Richard Montgomery, so that every single high school cluster, students can be evaluated for a countywide program and also the regional program. And therefore, Richard Montgomery would be included in that by being evaluated for the countywide in addition to the Richard Montgomery cohort. So the admissions process overview. So as Mr. Murphy said, we are moving forward with a one common high school application, which we are hoping is going to be very streamlined for parents so that they don't have to get multiple messages and different outreach about a variety of different programs out there. For the IB program in particular, students will apply to the IB program and will automatically be considered for the regional. And many students, we hope, will look to apply to one of the programs because these programs will also be closer to their homes for many of them. Expanding them will create potentially more opportunities for students to choose it since it'll be closer to their home. So students will be considered automatically for the regional, then they will also elect to participate in countywide. We may have students who say, I only want to be considered for regional because it matches my life. We will also look to see when students are evaluated for both regional and countywide, students can be invited to both. They could be invited to the Watkins Mill site, they could be invited to the Richard Montgomery site, they could also be invited to Visual Arts Center, MC Squared, their local signature, and at that time, students will make a decision of which program they will accept at one time. So that's definitely a win for the schools, community, and also a win for the students. If students, again, are accepted to both, the decisions will just be made by the family. Okay. So as we look for our objectives for the IB regional programs, obviously with such a big demand for the IB programs, what we are finding is that we have over 800 students who are being placed in the wait pool and who are also being said no. And so this is one of the reasons why this is very important is the expansion. We have a large demand for the model that exists at Richard Montgomery. And as we look at the objectives, certainly we want to support strong professional development. We want to increase the number of students who complete the full diploma program, and obviously strong, rigorous grade 9 and 10 academic programs for all of our sites, in all of our schools. I do have a lot of the slides. I am trying to make it upbeat and chipper. I really am doing my best. So as we look at the focus areas for 2019 and 2020, we want to be very deliberate and explicit about the work that we're doing. So a consistent application selection process, which is very important. We've heard that from the community. Forming a network of IB schools is very important. Instructional program reviews that will be conducted in partnership with OSIP and the school community. And then forming that grade 9 academic group, teaching and learning, which is really important. It's something that we've heard from the community and from you all about instruction and strong and high quality teaching. As we move forward, this is a huge initiative and we're very excited about it, but we also have to have metrics of success and metrics of readiness. One of the different measures of how we're going to look to see how successful these programs are. We're going to be conducting instructional program reviews of the grade 9 and 10 courses, looking at interests, demand, and enrollment. The due date for these programs is November 1st, so that's going to be a really important day for us to watch. Equitable resources in place is very important because the key difference between the self-select and the admissions is the admission process and also the grade 9, 10 academic groups that begin. Participation and performance is very important, and then obviously diplomas earned. So these are all of the different metrics of readiness and success that we will be monitoring. As you know, we've conducted lots of parent focus groups, met with many different parent advocacy groups and school groups as well. We just had a very effective back to school fair. As many of you being able to be in front of the table, I'm sure you lost your voices by the end, by the time 2 o'clock came around. What we have coming up for our parents now is we have 4 high school preview nights that we're inviting our parents to. Thank you to Public Information Office for partnering with us as we're going to have those live streamed. That has been very efficient for families who cannot always make it but can watch from their car when they're watching their kid at their soccer practice or baseball practice. They can watch that information. We'll have those. We're partnering with our counselors and our parent community coordinators to ensure that they could also facilitate small group meetings for families to learn more about the high school preview options, and then some other communication tactics. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that. So here is our timeline, and it's just an overview of what happens next. With the Public Information Office's help, products, materials, and resources will be made available to the public in multiple languages, digital, paper, copy, and also we're going to help facilitate work with our parent community coordinators or counselors, because certainly we are not the only ones who can share this information. We really need to partner and extend this information. We have already started sharing information at the Back to School Fair. Parents are invited to attend one of the high school preview nights. You all are invited to attend one of our high school preview nights. A direct mail will go out to our parents shortly, inviting them to the preview nights, giving them information about the new programs available. And then after the preview nights in September and early October, the month of October is filled pretty much every night except for maybe Halloween and PTA nights, with an information meeting at one of our host schools for one of the application programs. So we anticipate parents will come to a preview night. They will see among over 30 different programs, 5 or 6 that might interest them. And so we're encouraging them, if they're seriously considering the programs, to visit the schools. If you're not sure you can make it, apply anyway, because we don't want you to say no at the application time. We want to encourage parents to apply to programs of interest for their children. But there's one more thing that we want to make sure that you know about that we're very excited about this year. Because we're talking about access and opportunity, we wanted to be able to personalize this experience as much as possible for students. So in early October, our grade 8 students and their parents are going to receive in their parent portal a list of all the programs that they're eligible for, and this is our second year of doing that, which has been very helpful for families. Students can access it because they're very tech friendly and they're easy consumers of the technology, so they'll be able to see their eligibility report and what programs might be of interest to them. But on top of that, so that every child has access to apply to one of these programs, every child will have their own personal link to apply to a program. So the information that the child will have in their student portal will provide a list of the programs that they have available to them and their own link to apply to them. So essentially every child will already have an application in their student portal. So we are really trying to broaden the opportunity and the access in that manner. We will continue to use a variety of ways to connect with our families, and we'll continue to take feedback so we can address that. But we are really excited about these new opportunities for families. And then we also want to encourage families to make sure that they investigate the breadth of options that they have at their local school, because MCPS does have numerous different options, and our special programs are designed for students who may need something a little different than their school offers. So we want to ensure parents and students and guardians are always aware of their options, because access can only happen when there is opportunity. I will turn it over to Ms. Hazel.
Actually, we're going to
Open up for discussion. Sure, we'll go around the table. I'll start with Ms. Dixon to give any comments, thoughts, questions.
Yes, thank you. So this is a really, really historic day. It really is in terms of MCPS history, because what we have here is really kind of a real stake in terms of opening up access to these rigorous programs. So I think you guys should be really, really very proud of yourself. You probably are doing what is probably, well, maybe also with the technology and updating all those systems, they're next, but you probably are doing the most important work in the system right now on behalf of our students. And so it's really, really very, very exciting. I was thinking well, Michael and Sebastian, they were 2 students who were here earlier, and just talking about how important the IB program at Springbrook is to them, and then listening to Ricardo as well and seeing all the places he's traveled and where he's worked. How wonderful it would be to maybe use some of that information from them to just put up displays in schools, you know, to inspire students to want to be a part of all of that. Because I think when they can see themselves doing these things in seeing other students do them, that they are very, very open to trying all of this as well. So congratulations on that. I will leave the communication plan questions to Ms. Wolf, because I know she has some of those. But I did want to share with you, since we last talked about this, that Shebra and I met with a couple of parents. I think it was Seneca Valley, Northwest. And I think they are excited, and I'm going to scoot here to the AP piece of this. You know, I think you've got down the IB. It's really, really good. So the AP piece of this at Seneca Valley, they shared with us, you know, a list of the courses. I think it was 2012 to 13, and well, this is out of date. So I asked our chief of staff to go back and look and see what's being offered in terms of the advanced placement at Seneca Valley. What their concern was, and I think it's, and I'm just sharing this information with you guys so you can look into it, was that they may be being left behind in terms of the rigor in terms of advanced placement programs behind Clarksburg and Northwest as well. And so Ms. Webb did cross-check all of this, and so I'm pretty positive that the data is accurate in terms of the AP courses that are offered there at Seneca Valley. So they offered courses in computer science, English language and composition, English lit, world history, psych, French language, Spanish literature, but they don't have classes. And so that's what they're really afraid of, that, you know, with the new technology and the career focus up at Seneca Valley, that they're going to lose this rigorous piece. And so I think it's something that we'll have to think about. And I know they only have about 1,200 students now. We want to get to 2,400. And of course, you know, students take, or schools offer what the students sign up for. But even if they have small numbers, I think that, you know, some strategies need to be put in place in terms of how do you grow the AP courses at Seneca Valley. And, you know, I'm happy to sit with the director for the school or whatever, you know, to give some ideas about that as well. But I think that's really, really important because one of the parents was sharing that her son is interested in being a physician, but was being steered to, you know, was it the cosmetology program at Wheaton. And so this isn't what we want. You know, I agree with you that, you know, we got to have two paths going towards that. But for a lot of families, and I think particularly for families of color, the gold standard is still a college degree. I think the career and technology pieces that we've put in place are really, really important, but also that they are interested in their students getting a college degree as well. So, you know, I just share that with you because that seemed to be a real concern. And they do not have courses in, they're not offering English language and composition, AP, English lit. They're not offering biology, you know, if you want to be a doctor, yeah, okay. They're not offering modern world history, psychology, French language, Spanish language, and literature. So maybe even if we have small numbers of students, we may have to make an investment, you know, in funding those courses so that they can, you know, they can run. So I think that's really, really important. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was, does the family or the Academy of Finance, does that come in? Is that, are we still doing that? How does that all, that's a pretty significant program when done really, really well as well. I'm sorry, so go ahead.
Yes, we still have the Academy of Finance programs in various high schools throughout the district. Right now, just a local program in the local schools where it's offered. So pretty much business as usual as you might have known it in the years past with the Academy of Finance.
Okay.
I would like, I'd like to just make a quick comment about the
Right.
AP course offerings at Seneca Valley. And
Right.
we've also heard those concerns, and we just want to assure the community that AP courses are not being eliminated through this expansion of IB. In fact, with the growing enrollment, we expect AP and IB enrollment to grow at Seneca Valley, and probably some of those courses that you referenced coming back to Seneca Valley. With smaller numbers, like a school of 12 to 1,300, it can be tough to schedule when there's IB biology and there's AP biology offered side by side. So sometimes schools do need to make those difficult decisions as they develop master schedules. But we want to assure the board and the community that strong programs across the board, not just IB, and that includes AP and that includes the career pathways and others, will remain a centerpiece at Seneca Valley.
They just want to ensure that they remain or are a comprehensive high school in addition to the Edison-like programs that they're going to have, but that they have this robust, rigorous academic program as well. Because they're afraid that, if they don't, then they're not going to be chosen, by students to attend. And, that would be a shame. So.
They also mentioned, as we highlight the CTE program that's going to be there, that we also highlight the academic rigor, so that they weren't seeing that equal weight of acknowledgement. Dr. Smith?
Ms. Dixon, you make a very good point, and we will pay special attention as we go through this transition period and double the size of the school, that we make sure we staff those classes, even if they do. As a former high school principal, I know exactly what you're saying, and we will, I've made note of that, and we will pay close attention to that over the next couple of years, and then they will become very sustainable just by the sheer number of students that will be there. Got it, it's a good point.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Mrs. O'Neill.
Well, yes, first I want to speak on Ms. Mazurowski's behalf because she was sorry that she has to leave. She had an urgent medical appointment that she had to attend to. She's been a pretty persistent voice about the middle years program and supporting our IB programs and, not just the schools that are listed here as to be regional programs, but also Seneca Valley, because there is a real need. And I know slide 12, you speak about the middle, it says middle years program. And, one of the pieces at Richard Montgomery that makes it a strong program has been the cohort model that, you walk in the door in grade 9, grade 10, you've got this cohesive group that moves through and supports one another, and a long history of the teachers supporting students in the program. But middle years is also an important component. I know my colleagues joke that I'm the historian of the board because I've been around forever, but I had spoken. Okay, great. I had said to Lori Christina Webb, our chief of staff, after the discussion in May, that I thought that the program had been, the Richard Montgomery program had been established through board action at the time, and we researched the records. I know it, while it's listed on here as discussion, it is really discussion and action, because I think the board, my policy wonkish person, thinks that since we did take that action in, back in the 80s, it's important to put our imprint on this, that we support this move, and it is monumental. I mean, when you think in 86, 87, the enrollment in MCPS was 90,000 students. And we are now 164,000 students. And the Richard Montgomery program has not grown since that time. You know, and we are a very different school system than we were in 1987. While we have, you know, grown the IB from one school there to 8, there has not been a real effort or ability for kids from, you know, who don't make that 180 who are identified to really participate. So I think this is really very important. And you spoke about equitable resources, and equitable resources is also opportunity, and it's the support, it's the middle years program as well, which is one of the fundamentals. The other thing is to be able to offer an array of courses. There is a critical mass of kids required at any of our schools to be able to offer a range of courses. When I started on the board, Poolesville High School, because they had such a small number, they couldn't offer AP Bio and AP Chem in the same year. They alternated because they didn't have that critical mass of kids until we moved countywide programs, besides just the global ecology program, to Poolesville. So it will benefit Springbrook and Watkins Mill and Kennedy by having more students in the IB program to be able to offer the array of courses, that smorgasbord that's offered at Richard Montgomery. And I think this is really a very positive step. And, you know, the Richard Montgomery program has grown over 30 years. And so we're going to have to support the school, all the schools, I mean, to make sure that they have the staffing and the training and the support for students. Because I know that if Ananya was sitting here, she would say to you that at Richard Montgomery there's really a strong culture of supporting the students to be successful in the IB program, and that's got to be universal. So, you know, and not diminishing, you know, BCC's wonderful IB program. You know, it's amazing every year at graduations. Einstein has an IB program, the Seneca Valley IB program, and building on the regional models. I have one question, though, you know, the issue of testing to get into the countywide program or any of the magnets. Are we expanding the opportunities or locations for the testing? Have we looked at that as well?
Yes, we have looked at adding additional sites to support additional students who maybe want to be testing. So we're going to examine the pockets, the trend data to show, but we have already 3 potential regional sites that we could test at. Watkins Mill, Kennedy, and Springbrook might be where we first start, and then look to see if we need all 3, 1, or 2 of those. So yes, we are examining that.
I'll come back. Dr. Daca?
I just wanted to posit that possibly because Seneca Valley is going to be incorporated with their technology, and so is Edison, this is something we wanted for a long time, that the kids could have a full day in these schools, and that's going to help build up the courses that you're talking about that are missing now. So I think there are a lot of things that are going to be able to go on, and we really appreciate all the thought you've put into this. I want to go back to, I have a question about the direct mail to parents. What grade or grades does that go to?
So because we're starting with our grade 8 students, so our current grade 8 students will receive that this fall.
In the 8th grade?
Grade 8.
Okay. And back to slide 12, There were programs that were mentioned there. I know that there's interest in those programs, but people don't know where they are. So I guess you're going to have some way of letting them know where they are and whether they can access them no matter where they live. Let's see.
Yes, what we will prepare for our families at the high school preview nights, or make them available at our middle schools and also on the website, is if this is your base high school cluster, here are all the programs you are eligible for. In addition, they'll be able to look at the parent portal or the student portal and look at their own eligibility lists as well.
Oh, they will? Okay, because
Yes.
aviation, fire,
Correct.
science, and rescue. P-TECH, what is P-TECH?
You got that.
That stands for Pathways in Technology, Early College High School. That's the program that started last year at Clarksburg.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Project Lead the Way and biomedical sciences. So some of these they can't go to because they're in the schools and they don't have outside. I don't know, but you'll let them know all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
I wanted to ask about how students, how do we help students understand the difference between IB and AP? At what point does that happen? Do you have to go to a parent info night to do that, or how do they make that decision? I was sitting next to an elected official from another jurisdiction, and she said, "We don't have much demand for IB in our community." And I thought, that's interesting, because we have a lot of demand for it here. And so so it goes back to the question, how do we build the interest in IB in maybe areas of the county where there hasn't been as much demand for it?
Thanks. So on one hand, they're very similar, right? So a student who earns a 3 on an AP exam or a student who earns a 4 on an IB exam, that says something in terms of readiness for the next level. The way that AP is validated by the College Board, the way that IB is validated by the IB organization, these are standards that are either recognized across the country in the case of AP or across the world in the case of IB. And so it says something about a student. And so on one hand, they mean very much similar things. The IB, and we need to help people understand more about what that diploma part is. When Mrs. Rogovoy went through what the IB diploma is, 6 courses, a big long essay, community service and action, a lot goes into that IB diploma that's sort of distinct to IB as well as the global perspective. AP courses tend to be a bit more a la carte. But what we really, again, fundamentally is that whether AP is offered in your local school, whether IB is offered in your local school, or both are offered in your local school, ensuring access to that challenge, and students who are doing very well in that challenge is across the board in all 25 of our high schools. Do you want to add anything about how we communicate the difference?
Yes, through the Equal Opportunity Schools initiative, the communication with schools and families around what the difference is between AP and IB and what AP and IB offers students has grown tremendously. So students have, in 18 of our high schools and 18 of our EOS schools, the Equal Opportunity Schools, students have what we call a trusted adult connected to them. So they're having those one-on-one conversations, the tap on the backs, and helping students to understand the difference between AP and IB and which one they prefer, which one would be best matched for them depending on what they want. And we're having those conversations with counselors across the board too, to have them, starting in middle school, what do we need, what do students need in order to start thinking about their high school plan. One of the things I was thinking about when Ms. Franklin was talking about the back to school fair, parents were passing the table going, "Oh, I don't have a high schooler yet. That's still early on." I'm like, no, come back to us, because you need to know this information. So it was a good opportunity to get even our elementary parents to start thinking about what they need to think about as they transition into middle school and high school, and that's part of this work that we're doing.
If I just want to add one thing that I think is important to measure here from a district perspective. Part of us having metrics for success is to be able to proactively, as Ms. Silvestre also brings up, engage communities that may not have a lot of information or exposure or knowledge around AP or IB. And it's interesting you mentioned other school districts, because I also have experienced that there are other school districts or in other parts of the country who know a lot about AP or who know a lot about IB, and it's about exposure and knowledge. And I just want to point out that part of the slide on the district measures are very important for us to not proactively go to communities and educate families in elementary schools and in middle schools around the high school opportunities, but for us to also take a look at what schools are students, middle school students, applying for in terms of programs. So part of having a data system where it is extremely convenient for families and our students and our families to be able to go to one place to figure out what they want. We also want to track that data about what programs students from all of our schools are choosing. And perhaps that also elevates for us areas where we need to engage with communities a little bit more around making sure that they are aware of all these programs. That goes into tracking also student choice and options in seats, how the progression of program seats are filled. We want to make sure that our seats in all of our programs are filled. Programs like aviation, we want to watch to make sure the cohorts of students that are coming in or are projected to come in meets every single one of those seats. So I just wanted to highlight that it isn't a very important question, because part of us having systems and having metrics allows us to also forecast how we need to engage with the communities in making them aware of our options.
Great, thank you. The other area where I see a lot of confusion or just need to understand is middle years. Could you give me the layman's elevator speech about what is middle years?
Okay, so the middle years program is different from the diploma program. It's one of the 4 IB programs. So IB is the organization. They have the primary years program, which is the elementary version of the IB, the middle years program, which is 6th through 10th grade, the diploma program, which is 11th to 12th grade, and the career-related program, 11th to 12th grade. The middle years program is a framework. So it's a framework. We take a MCPS curriculum, and teachers plan with this framework from IB and create assessments around criteria that IB gives us. And students are assessed with this criteria. We use our curriculum, their framework, and then we create the assessments. We also, just like the diploma program, IB comes in and authorizes the MYP, the middle years program in the school systems. They come back and we do a self-study evaluation of every 5 years. So it's the authorization and the standards and practices and the mission are still the same. What the middle years program does is gives us a framework, gives us criterion referenced assessments, and students have the rubrics. So we can gauge student performance around those rubrics a little differently than just...
So what would parents see differently from a parent perspective?
You're going to see a global connection. You're going to see international connection. You're going to see students in world languages. So there's eight curriculums. So diploma program, 6 subject groups, 8 subject groups in the middle years program, world language being one of them, a design course being one of them, and then math, science, we call it individuals and societies, social studies. So it's this 8 core subjects, as well as the IB learner profile and the mission around the core of being a risk taker, a thinker, a communicator. And then also within all 4 IB programs, there's something called approaches to teaching and approaches to learning, which frame the curriculum. So teachers are trained with the approaches to teaching, which is inquiry-based, conceptual understanding, and approaches to learning, which is the 5 skills: communication, self-management, research, social skills. So we're framing the curriculum around that framework.
Thank you. Also, question about the cost of the testing. So you eliminated the fees, but what is the cost of the testing, and how do we advertise the financial aid that's available?
So the IB exam is $119 per exam. The $172, which was the registration fee, is eliminated across the world.
Okay. And how do we advertise the financial aid that's available?
We work with the school business administrators, the financial specialists, the coordinators. We have information at Back to School Night. So we have a system that we push out to all schools for both AP and IB assistance. Counselors.
Okay. Final question, I promise. So students will have to test into the IB regional schools. What does that test entail, and are you looking for them to meet certain criteria or benchmarks in order to qualify, to be invited to participate in the program?
So the application process involves multiple criteria. So the test is one of the measures in addition to teacher recommendations, student essay, report card grade, school performance. So it's one of many criteria. The COGAT is the test that we use for grade 2, 3, 5, and 8. Understand we're going to start using it for grade 2 for the identification process. But the COGAT involves 3 different subtests: a verbal test, a nonverbal, and a verbal, a nonverbal, and the quantitative. And the reasoning ability tests. And so we use an above grade level assessment. Students will get 3 different scores, and those scores are considered as part of the multiple criteria that students are going to be considered for. The process will be name blind, school blind, and the selection committee will be made up of staff who've been trained to review the profiles, and then we'll recommend the students for each of the different sites.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Could I just add also one of the other pieces back to the AP? You also can earn college credits from that, and so it's obviously a lot cheaper to take an advanced placement course than 3 credits in college. And we have had students who leave MCPS and are sophomores in college because they have earned those AP credits. So, yeah.
Dr. Daka.
The schools that have middle years, how do students access those?
It's school-wide. Every student
Every
who
student
walks,
gets an opportunity to take?
Mhm.
Okay. Because I know Montgomery Village has one, and Julius West, and
It's school-wide. Every student is an IB student. Every teacher is an IB teacher.
Ms. Wolf.
Okay, I have a comment, just an overarching comment first. It was interesting when you showed the video of the young man that graduated a while back who's now traveling the world, and he said that what he got out of the program was critical thinking and writing. And my comment to you has nothing to do with IB, but isn't that what every student should be getting from our schools? And the reason I say that is because they're not. When I did graduation, I went around and talked to the student leadership at the schools, and one of the comments that came up from several of them at different schools, where they don't have IB, by the way, is that the students in IB are taught a critical way of thinking that they think should be taught to everybody. I don't know what that means. I'm not an educator. But apparently there's some way of thinking about things and laying out things that they think that students in IB programs are getting that they are not getting. And in terms of writing, I think everybody could benefit from having some kind of paper to write, to be sure that they can write when they get out of our schools. That's just my non-academic assessment. The second point I want to make is the gentleman that came here today, the students from Springbrook, they made a point that I know it's going to come up again, and I know you don't want to hear it right now, but they said that if we keep Richard Montgomery as a countywide program, the new programs will be perceived as less. And I think that that's just something that you might want to think about it at some point they're going to have to become all regional programs, and I don't know when that should be, and I know that you can't change it right now, but I think they make a good point. It's going to be perceived by people on the outside as something different, something that they're not getting. Did you want to say something?
Sure. I just wanted to share with you, we've had extensive conversations about this. I mean, I've probably spent 10 hours or more with these folks talking about that issue along with several others. And we absolutely agree that over time, in fact, the desired state would be that we'll have 4 and then 5 and then 6 and then 8 regional programs across the county, whether they're IB, whether they're some other rigorous program. The idea is to continue to expand. And so when we say foreseeable future, we're not talking 10 years. Okay. We're talking that, but we have to build something so that people can actually see it, understand that it works. Our data shows us that it works. That if you go to Watkins Mill or Springbrook or Kennedy, you're doing just as well. But over time, we have to help our community understand that and see that. So I hear you. We agree with you, and we're going to continue to work on that as we admit our first set of 9th graders next fall. And that will be our transition time in the next couple of years as we build what our entire 1 million residents can see works for all kids.
And I guess, now I've kind of forgot what I was going to say to you. But, I know what it was. When Mrs. Silvestri asked for the elevator speech, that speech is not going to work for the majority of the people that I know. It barely worked for me, and I have a law degree. But if you use terms like criterion referenced and rubric, they're not going to understand what you're talking about. You're going to have to simplify. And from what you said, I now realize that you're probably going to have to start in elementary school explaining this to people. I don't know if you do, but it's quite clear to me that if we don't, we should start talking about it in elementary school. I also think that the video that you showed was great, but I think some of our current students who look like the people in the schools now ought to be videoed in terms of what they're getting out of the program, because when I look at this gentleman, when he first came up on the screen, I said, like, how old is he? That was my original impression. But I think you want kids that look like the kids in our school now, because they can convince the kids that this is a good thing, this is what you want to do. Okay, and I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Brenda, I just want to comment. My grandchildren are in a different school system. They have primary years, middle years, and IB. And my daughter and son-in-law, who both did AP and are not familiar with IB, they were like, what is this IB? They were not part of Richard Montgomery. So, Judy?
And I just wanted to say that we have to make those regional IBs 4 years. And I know that you're probably building towards that.
Yep. Yeah.
And Jay Matthews just did a column on AP and IB, and I think he's done some studies on it, but you know Jay Matthews. Whether you like what he says or not, but it's interesting. He's in the...
Thank you. Mr. Tinbite.
Yeah, I definitely want to say that this is probably one of the best times that I'm going to experience in Montgomery County as well. I'm a student right now in IB at Kennedy High School. Before the big change, and this kind of sucks for me, but it definitely sounds good. I mean, I definitely wanted to also second Ms. Mondrowski's comments when she said that hopefully all of our IB schools will have middle years in the foreseeable future. I definitely know that whenever I talk to peers at Richard Montgomery High School right now, that there is a big difference in the IB that I'm receiving versus theirs. And I'm happy that we're regionalizing our programs, and I hope that people can recognize that schools like BCC that have middle years also have the same intensive program, just as Richard Montgomery's. So one of my questions is there a plan right now to push students that are to continue in the traditional IB path that are in schools that don't have, such as Richard Montgomery's middle years or cohort, to continue in those courses and hopefully receive the IB diploma even though there isn't a specific cohort?
Absolutely, 100%. That we spent a lot of time this afternoon talking about Richard Montgomery and the 3 new regional sites, but the 8 IB World Schools, high schools that we have across the county, this pipeline to an IB diploma, this strong, rigorous instruction that needs to happen in 9th and 10th grade, the personal connections, the sense of belonging, the talking to students in a you can do this type of message really should be systematic throughout all of our schools. So yes, absolutely.
Great. I also just wanted to say I appreciated Mrs. O'Neill's words when she said that the strength and support from staff and IB at RM should be universal to all schools in Montgomery County. And also, I wanted to mention one thing. I hope when we look at IB and the rich demand for IB in Montgomery County, that we can see that hopefully we can make changes to Montgomery County's created curriculum for whatever we have for our on grade levels and honors classes. When you notice that there is such big demand, I hope we can start to intensify our own curriculum ourselves in our backyards. Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Smith?
I agree that we need to build out the middle years program in any school that has an IB diploma program. We absolutely have to do that, and we've also had those conversations, and we will be doing that in the coming year and then the year after that, because once again, we're not going to wait 10 years to do this and to build it out. In terms of AP and IB, though, I think it's important to point out that it is a real benefit to our students to have both, to have access to both, because some students do not want to go for an IB diploma. Not that they can't, but they don't want to take this discipline or that discipline at such a deep level, and that's okay. It really comes down to who you are as a unique individual and what your interests, pursuits, talents, and future goals are. And so by building this out across the advanced placement and the IB program across the county, we are better ensuring that every single student has access to those highly rigorous disciplines or to the whole range of discipline, whichever they choose, and are ready to do as a 9th grader, 11th grader, 12th grader, and then on their life. So both are critically important to our future success.
So my questions were similar to Mr. Tinbite, so thank you for that, without knowing what I was going to ask around the middle years program. And then just ensuring and reiterating, offering those supports that are received at our other well-established IB programs at our regional programs. I was happy to hear that we will be eliminating some of the economic barriers for our families. That was one of, like, not everybody's able to attend the ANS meeting, but we were able to see that one of the students that was highlighted from Magruder, when he had the questions listed up, what would prevent him from taking the AP or IB courses, he mentioned the financial piece of it. So that will help a lot of our students and our families in making a determination as to whether or not they will have their children go this route. And then glad that we made that information known up front today, and we will do all that we can to make certain that all families know about that, in addition to help with the tests as well. So the equitable resources was great. Love the fact that we're going to do the live streaming, because everybody, like you said, they cannot get to, they have so many different competing interests. So to be able to tap into their phones or computers at home and be able to hear the wealth of information that we're going to provide to our families during the open houses will be great. And so what I will have us do at this time, Ms. O'Neill?
All right, so I'm going to read the resolution on behalf of the board. Whereas the Board of Education is pleased to have fostered the International Baccalaureate Program since it was initiated in 1987, and whereas the students of Montgomery County Public Schools have benefited from the development and expansion of the International Baccalaureate Program, and whereas the countywide International Baccalaureate model has provided evidence of success needed for our school system to proceed with the expansion of this model to regional sites. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education will expand 3 existing international baccalaureate programs to regional sites. They include John F. Kennedy High School, Springburg High School, and Watkins Mill High School.
Second.
Okay.
You need a second?
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
need
we're
a
pro-
second. And then I have I have an amendment on behalf of Ms. Mondrowski regarding the middle years program. So this, I offer, and it will also need a second, and we'll have to vote on it separately.
Okay.
And then the whole motion. Resolve that the superintendent review articulation patterns for the middle years program to ensure that all IB programs are part of an intentional pipeline linked to the middle years program.
Okay.
Okay. Resolve that the superintendent review articulation patterns for the middle years program to ensure that all IB programs are part of an intentional pipeline linked to the middle years program.
Do we need to do that because he just said he was going to?
She felt pretty strongly that we needed to put our stamp of approval and indicate strong support in expanding middle years program. I know it's in slide 12 and we've heard today and Dr. Smith has spoken to it, but Ms. Mondrowski felt strongly. I think it,
So can we vote on the?
we have to vote on, I just moved this, if there's a second, we
Okay.
vote on the amendment, and then
Right,
if
and
it's
then
passed, then we vote on the whole thing.
Right.
But- So, that's it.
So Mr. Tinbight seconded.
Okay.
Okay, it's been,
I don't know whether anyone has any other comments.
any other questions from Ms. Mondrowski's amendment? Okay.
Well, I just have a question. So, not every school who has, does every school who has the IB program have the middle years?
No.
But it doesn't now. But has that, the fact that they don't have the middle years program, has it hindered the number of students who've signed up for it? I mean, is it, so I guess my question is, has it precluded those programs from being able to enroll students because they don't have the middle years program? I don't know. What's the cost of all of that as well? I just have questions about that.
Dr. Smith?
There is a cost, and that would be one of the prohibitive factors. And there is as Ms. Rogovoy said, there is a process to be approved. And so we would have to go through that process, and we were going to go through that process. Given the way the amendment is written, I don't see it as a real barrier. It doesn't say we have to have it all done by August of 2020. In terms of answering your question, has it been, it's not been an area, probably a barrier for the program. It probably has been a barrier for individual students who would have benefited from that 9th and 10th grade support and either didn't have the skills or didn't have the self-confidence and self-efficacy to try it that they would have had if they had had that middle years program in place. So it's definitely a benefit, and that's why we want to do it. It's purely up to you. If you'd like to add the amendment, I don't have any concerns either way.
Ms. Wolf?
Oh,
No, please go ahead.
I wanted you to read that again to me, the amendment.
Okay, so she does leave it, the amendment is written so that it's not saying it has to be established,
No,
it says resolve that the superintendent review articulation patterns for the middle years program to ensure that all IB programs are part of an intentional pipeline linked to the middle years program. And this stems from, over many years, hearing from the Seneca Valley cluster. It is offered in the middle school, but it's not offered in grade 9 and 10 at Seneca Valley High School. They have the IB program, but it's only at grades 11 and 12. And it's also been true, Einstein has an IB program. They don't have middle years. Sligo and, so not everyone has the benefits. So BCC has a very strong IB program. They have middle years in grades 9 and 10, and they also have it in Westland and Silver Creek. So this would be to review, to see what we're doing and to work toward the end of supporting the IB programs with the middle years program.
But that's not my question. My question is the way it's written. I was trying to understand when you said the articulation patterns to an IB program. I was wondering if somebody was going to think that meant every school that's feeding into a regional IB program.
I didn't write this.
But I'm just wondering.
Had I written it, I might have written it differently, but I'm reading.
But when you say articulation, I mean, all of these schools are feeding into a regional IB program somewhere. It's clearly it's not your intent to put a middle years program
No, I think what her intention is that in the grade 9, 10 program at the high schools that have IB. I'm happy to change the wording to offer an amendment to this, that we support the IB program with grade 9, 10 middle years.
Well, I would have trouble signing on to it the way it's currently written because I don't understand it. It would suggest to me you're talking about articulation from a number of situations.
Okay, Mr. Tinby.
Yeah, so I know we have the data on students that's received a 4 or higher by high school. Can we also, as a follow-up, have data showing how many of those students that have received a 4 or higher have not been part of a middle years program, and in comparison with those of their counterparts that were part of the middle years program?
And part of what you've described is the problem, because some of them would have been part of a middle years program at the middle school, some of them would have been part of it at the 9th and 10th grade, some would have been neither, and some would have been both. And that's part of what we're trying to sort out here. So we'll send you what we have, especially those in the 9th and 10th that have not had access in 9th and 10th, and then what they did.
So 9th and 10th
and not do the middle school, because I think that'll just muddy the water. Because part of what happened, Seneca Valley's first on our list, actually, because part of the problem is they have a middle school that has it, a middle school that doesn't, and not in the 9th and 10th grade. So it's a very chaotic articulation there. It's not an articulation, it's just chaotic. So we want to fix that. And so we'll send you who's had a 9th and 10th grade middle years and articulated on to 11 and 12 and who hasn't. Is that fair?
Perfect.
So
Appreciate it.
Yep.
So could we maybe just deal with the resolution we got and then,
we have to.
Well, she could withdraw that, couldn't she?
Actually, what I'm going to do is I have a revision to the language. Let me read it. I'm striking some words. I do think, they have it in the presentation. They referenced it. I think it adds to this resolution.
Right.
I think it's.
But just for clarity purposes.
Okay, let me just read. Let me read
Yeah.
this again. Brenda, taking your comments, and so resolve that the superintendent review the middle years program to ensure that all IB programs are part of an intentional pipeline linked to the middle years program. So I've removed the articulation patterns. So this codifies what has been said here at the table, Dr. Smith and staff.
So he's just reviewing.
It's just review. It says review.
He's reviewing. Okay.
And then we'll act in the future.
Right. So there's no date.
We just want to get the original program.
Right.
Yes, we do.
Good gracious. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to resolve that we will review the middle years programs. Wait.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, read it. Right.
Reading someone else's handwriting. Resolve that the superintendent review the middle years program to ensure that all IB programs are part of an intentional pipeline linked to the middle years program.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous, those present. So now we'll go back to,
Yep, so, the whole, the original motion
Yes.
as amended.
okay,
It's been moved and seconded.
all in favor? And that is unanimous of those present. Okay. So thank you all.
Thank you.
May I say something?
Yeah, Dr. Smith.
So, team, you guys, thank you for all of your efforts. I mean, I know I've always been civil and pleasant, but I haven't always been patient. But I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this, and this is exactly a model of how we need to do our work.
Absolutely.
And I really want to champion you and celebrate the work you've accomplished around this project. Because we
Great.
started with a really complex set of circumstances, and you have built off of that and created something wonderful. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I was on their case last Thursday.
Okay. Yes, we appreciate all their hard work. The next item on our agenda is item 8, Information Technology and Business Systems Update. Dr. Smith?
So this is a big shift in topics we're going to do right now, from the academic and the student-focused to our area of operations that is essential to our well-being and to our operational excellence and to how we support our students and staff members across the system. And this also has been underway for 3 years, and it has miles to go before it's complete. But we wanted to give you an update on where we are, how we're doing, and what the improvements and the ongoing questions are around these different topics. So Dr. McKnight, I will turn it over to you to share any thoughts you have and then turn it over to the team.
Okay. So today we're going to hear an update on our Enterprise Resource Planning upgrade. The Enterprise Resource Planning upgrade is a multi-year endeavor coordinated under the collective leadership of the Office of the Chief Technology Officer and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The heart of this project is to modernize and ensure effective operations of Montgomery County Public Schools, core business systems, including MCPS's financial management system, human resources information system, and budget management application to better serve our schools. I did want to add a note that Dr. Smith and I have been working with all of our offices to ensure that future needs are being considered as we build out the system, so that we don't find ourselves, a few years later saying, oh, we wish we had included that. So we're doing lots of collaboration with all of the chiefs in the offices on that. The goal of this program is to replace outdated core business systems with current systems that support critical business functions and provide streamlined, effective, and user experiences. The project is proceeding on schedule, and this summer we passed a halfway mark. Go-live dates for certain systems are scheduled for fiscal year 2020. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Chavanini, Chief Technology Officer, who will provide an overview. The team will provide details about our progress and upcoming project milestones.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, Ms. Evans, board members, Dr. McKnight, Dr. Smith, who's not here. We're here to give you an update on the progress of the financial, budget, and human resource systems upgrades. It's been a long journey so far, and it's still a long journey to go. Our goal is to give you a quick update. Before we do this, though, I want to introduce our amazing team that's going to speak to you today. Nikki Diamond, my partner and our Chief Financial Officer. Debbie Camp, who is the Administrator for Business and Financial Support. Nasser Zirk, who is the Supervisor for Enterprise Resource Planning Program Management and Support. And then in the audience is Doreen Heath, who is the Director for Department of Business Information Systems, and Rob Roque, who is our ERP implementation consultant from GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, and has been crucial on this journey. Also behind all of us are many people who have worked hard namelessly to get to where we are. So today, I'm going to start with a brief overview of why we're doing this, and then we'll talk about where we are. So our goal is operational excellence, always. So how do we improve the services that we provide to our stakeholders to provide things that are better, more efficient, and more effective? So I'm going to talk about that. But before I do that, and this project kind of was born out of that. So before, though, I do that, I want to kind of take you on a journey down memory lane with respect to finances. So our systems are anywhere between 12 and 20 years old. So what did finance look like 20 years ago? And I was thinking about this on Saturday morning, because Saturday morning is the time when I wake up and do my household finances. So this Saturday, I woke up and I gave my son his allowance by PayPal. I Venmo'd my daughter, which is another electronic system, her part of the electric bill for her college apartment in Ohio. And then I also deposited a check that my wife gave me by using my phone and scanning it in. I did it all in about 3 minutes in my pajamas with my dog on my lap on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. What would that have looked like 20 years ago? Now, I kind of know because I used to hate it. 20 years ago, you used to have to drive to the bank, which was maybe 5 miles away, fill out a deposit slip, deposit the money, fill out a separate withdrawal slip, withdraw the money, that would be for my son, then come home, write a check to my daughter in Ohio, mail that to my daughter. She would get it. She would hopefully combine it with her other roommates, and then also record all this on a hand ledger. So things have really changed in the last 20 years. And our goal through this project is to make sure that our stakeholders have services that change with the times as well. That we are not looking at ledgers that are 20 years old and services and products that are 20 years old. So what does this look like? So our current system, we talked about it. So our current system is unnecessarily complex and fraught with problems. So as you look at this design of our current system, I kind of equate it to the old lady in the shoe. So 20 years ago, it was probably pretty simple. But after 20 years, we just kept on adding on. And if you look at all those lines and all those boxes, if one thing breaks or one thing doesn't function correctly, everything doesn't work. And what does that mean? That means potentially people don't get paid. Companies don't get paid. We don't get services or support on time, right? So we want to change all that to make that more streamlined and more effective for our stakeholders. So what is it going to look like in the future? In the future, our system will be one system. We're training all of our people on one platform, which is nice. Right now, we have about 20 or 30 different platforms that we have one person who can understand this system and one person who can understand that system, which is problematic. We also, when we think about upgrades and updates to our systems, our current systems, some of them are so old that we no longer can upgrade them to provide support. Our new system that we are designing has updates automatically, for example. So think about the user, though. What does that mean for the user? So this is an example of a picture of our current user home screen. It's pretty basic. What you don't know is this is also fraught with errors. So you have to use this on a certain type of web browser. If you've tried to use it before, oftentimes if you hit something incorrectly, it takes you to a place you don't know or it stops working. So what does that mean for the future? This is a mock-up of our new system. So think about a user named Robert Jackman logging into a system like this on his or her iPad, his or her computer, his or her laptop, and being able to get to services and systems that he or she needs much more effectively and efficiently. So now I'm going to pass it over to Nasser, who's going to talk to you about where we are right now and our progress on our timeline. Nasser?
Thank you. The work began in fiscal year 2018 with a comprehensive assessment for our core business systems. When I refer to core business systems, these are the financial, budgeting, and human capital systems. The purple bar in the middle of the graph is the assessment I'm referring to. This assessment led us to creating the roadmap that you're seeing on the screens right now. And we have been, since the development of the roadmap, we have been executing according to the roadmap, and we're making great progress. The blue bars represent the human activities related to human capitals. The roadmap calls for upgrading the human capital system in 2 phases. The first phase is to perform the upgrade on-premise here with local hardware. That's the classical upgrade. We needed to do that because if we didn't do it, the system will be out of support, and we need to continue to have supported systems. And after and this system, we'll talk about it shortly, targeting to go live soon. Shortly after that, we're going to start the second piece, which is to prepare us for going to the cloud. We're going to be performing requirement gathering, process mapping, and releasing RFP to select implementer and system to go to cloud. And the next phase will be that's on the bottom of the screen, which is to migrate the human capital system to the cloud. All these projects are overlapping with the financial management system, which we started to implement in January of this year. And it's going to also overlap with the budgeting management system, which we're going to begin implementing in cloud as well, starting January this year.
Now, sir, I think it's worth us sharing because I think many of us, especially those of us that come from the classroom, when we think about implementing a new system, we think about purchasing it and using it. We purchase a curriculum, and we start using it. When we do this in technology with business systems, it's very different. We're implementing it means we're building it, we're transitioning, and we're moving data over. We're testing it. We're making sure that the current rules, regulations, and laws are all in place. We're running through scenarios. We're running through different pieces of our contract to make sure they all work. So our implementation is a much more extended process than those of us that are think about kind of buying software and you load it on your computer and you're running it. This is a very complex, as you saw what Pete shared with you a few minutes ago. We're taking many systems that have many rules associated with them, and we have to take a purchase of a system and build the requirements out and then test and translate and move and interface all of our data and information over. So it's a long, extremely complex process that we're going through, and Nasser will share a little bit about how we do that and the different phases of that. We didn't want you to think that implementing meant we were actually using the new system right now.
Thank you, Nikki. So we're here today to provide you with an update on the progress of these projects. The ERP cloud implementation started in January of this year, and this include the financial management system and the budgeting application. So since January, just to give you some statistical information, we had over 700 work sessions. Each work session can be anywhere between 1 hour and 4 hours. So on average, we're averaging about 2.5 hours per work session. That totals to over 1,500 hours of meetings, brainstorming, testing, arguing in a good way, what's right, what's not right, what's going to work.
Nasser, why don't you help the board? Can you give me an example of one of our work, what we're actually talking about, why we actually needed 700 plus work sessions, what we're doing during those work sessions, so they can get a sense of, maybe take the mileage module or something like that we've all used, and explain what we're doing during those sessions.
For each function, we bring set of users from multiple offices. Who know the business, if it is mileage, who understand the policies, who understand how mileage is calculated between points, how the data should be entered, how the data should be audited, and how a person will be paid. And discussions goes around these items. Requirements is written down. People review requirements and agree on this is how we're going to be configuring the system. This is something different than what we heard in the past about we're going to customize the system. We're going to cloud. We're not customizing the systems. We are using the systems to out-of-the-box functionality. We are changing sometimes the way we do business. We are tweaking things, but we are not making changes to the application. And in the next slide, when you see the amount of time it's going to take to do an upgrade for a application with heavy customizations, you're going to say, wow. So we go through all of that, and then we configure the system. After configuration, the system is being tested. We go through unit testing, and then when other components need to be tested, we perform system integration testing, multiple system integration testing if needed, and when needed, before we go to the final stage of user acceptance testing, where we bring larger population from schools and offices to look at the system, to test, to be sure the system is going to work and is going to meet our requirements.
So I'm going to tag team this a little bit and talk about the system integration testing, because that's the period we're in right now. And so Nasser did a great job explaining like the design, the configuration phases that we go through. And so right now we are, our implementation firm has like configured our test system so we can actually see what we've configured and see what it looks like. So I am working with a team of people who are now looking at what the business users came up with, because it needs to work right from the back end. We're looking to see what will that look like for the end users, for our people in the schools, for you who have to actually enter the mileage, and it's like, we need to fix this. You know, there's some things we need to tweak. So that's what we're doing now in this part. And that is a big focus of ours, to make sure that this system, the systems that we're developing now, meet the needs of the end users as well as they do for the business users. So we're taking extra time to focus on that. We want to bring a group of, probably these will be the financial people who work in the systems in the school, business administrators, a small like focus group of business administrators and financial specialists, and people who will be working with us with the change management to see this is what it looks like. What do you think? Give us your feedback. What's going to be the big change for you? Is this a deal breaker kind of thing? Before we go to user acceptance testing, because once you get to that point, it's like either it works or it doesn't. So we have the opportunity to tweak what it looks like on the screen to a degree. So we are going through extra steps in the process to make sure that we're doing the best that we can.
Okay, thank you. Back on the project team, the Oracle ERP cloud implementation, we have approximately 50 MCPS people are on the project team working and attending those work sessions. In addition to that, we have 16 consultants from AST. That's the consulting company helping us implement the cloud solution, as well as 2 people from GFOA providing project oversight and advisory services.
GFOA is?
Okay. GFOA is Government Finance Officers Association. Okay. The human resource system, that was the first blue bar, if you recall, on the earlier screen. And this system is targeted, the upgrade is targeted to go live in mid-November this year. It took approximately 2 years to complete this upgrade, and we are not gaining much functional, we're not changing the functionality except for being forced to change the reporting system, which I'll talk about it in the next slide. So we're doing all of that just to be supported, to be sure that our payroll runs, our people can continue to receive their benefits, and business continue as usual. This is what I was referring to earlier about lengthy upgrade. They're very, very lengthy. In the cloud, when we go to cloud, upgrades are typically pushed on quarterly basis. Of course, we have to do some testing, but it's not 6 months, it's not a year or 2 years. We don't need to pull people from their offices and their desks to do for a significant amount of time. We still have to test, but it's not going to be this lengthy. It's not going to be as expensive. Mentioned Crystal Report. We were forced because we're running non-supported reporting system for many years. We are upgrading the reporting system to Lawson Business Intelligence and Crystal Reporting. This is going to be, schools and offices going to substantially benefit from the new reporting feature. Principals will be able to run standard HR reports for their staff, for their schools, from the dashboard without having to contact the employee retiree service center or wait for the envelope to arrive. And the same applies for many offices where different dashboards being built for Office of Human Resource and Development, for ERSKI, for Department of Transportation, for the budget unit. So each of these offices is going to have their own secure portal to be able to run their own reports. Looking ahead in FY20, we already started. We're on the roll. Again, we are looking to go live with the human resource system this November. And we're going to follow that by going live with the financial system, the cloud financial system, early calendar 2020. And we're going to begin the implementation of the budgeting system in January 2020. Again, we're going to begin the implementation, but the go live will be in early FY22.
So I do want to clarify, we're not going live with a new human resources system this year. We're going live with the upgraded part. We are scoping out the new system in the fall and putting out an ERP as well. I'm sorry, an RFP as well as part of the fall process. But we are going live in a couple of years with the new HR system. So I'll pass it on.
Just have another comment about the Crystal reports, because I saw Ms. Dixon looking at that and writing something down as a former principal. I'm sure, Dr. Daka, you'll remember asking for certain reports from the Employee Retiree Service Center. So Krishna Talur, our director of ERSKI, has really, he took the lead in working on the Crystal reports. That in itself was a project. While we have 3 systems that we're focusing on, they the work of the upgrades or the implementations have spurred sort of other projects. Crystal Reports was one. We had how many Lawson, the Discover reports that ERSKI was using when principals would ask for information. They would run these reports, and they would send you the output of the reports. And
600-700 reports?
They had about 600 to 700 reports that the system was using. All of those reports had to be converted or redone in this Crystal reporting platform. So just to kudos to ERSKI for all the work that they've done on the conversion with the help of Octo 2. It's going to be, I think, a real plus for our principals to be able to, and it's just the principals that will have access to the dashboards. They'll be able to go and sort of click on the report to get information that they commonly would have to wait a couple of days for. So as you can tell with the information that's been shared so far, this project, the ERP upgrade program, is what we call this entire whatever.
Multiple projects.
Right, all the work. It's a huge undertaking. If you look at it as this, I mean, it's It goes over, it spans multiple fiscal years. It's a multi-million-dollar investment in the system. And really critical to the success of this kind of a big project is the executive leadership and support that we're getting from you. We have presented to the Fiscal Management Committee. They have been very supportive. Dr. Smith has been incredibly supportive, and we're striving to sort of meet your very high goal of, I don't want to say Amazon Easy because I haven't seen anything that looks Amazon Easy yet, but we're trying as best as we can, because remember, what we're working on now, this cloud implementation, is a financial system. So the work is financial, and the work is the same. It's not easy work for a lot of people. So we're doing our best, and I can't, I speak for the whole team, and thanking you for your support, for the support that we're receiving from the County Council, and particularly from our executive sponsors, from Nikki Diamond, from Pete Chevanini, from Dr. Zuckerman. We get guidance, support. They're instrumental in reducing barriers for us because it's very complex work and things come up all the time. So we do see barriers, and it's just an awesome team that we have. So we thank you for that. Strategic,
Debbie,
yes.
It's we who need to thank you. Your absolute focus on the end user and on making everything work really well in the back is exactly what we need. And you guys have consistently been able to talk about it, describe it, argue about it, all the things that you need to do. So I just cannot thank you enough for what you guys have done so far.
Strategic partnerships are really important to us. We have the support of the Government Finance Officers Association, Rob Roque, who is right here down on the. Rob has been with us, and he worked with us in our initial process mapping for the financial and the budget systems to understand how MCPS does business. He helped us develop requirements. GFOA is nationally recognized and respected in the field as experts in ERP implementations as well as many other things, so in the world of finance. And we are very fortunate to have their support they helped us with the RFP process. And in fact, I'm very proud that, we had an amazing RFP process, and some of the tools that we used in the screening, the vendor selection, has been used by other departments, moving forward. So it's like we're sharing some best practice. They're sharing best practices, and other departments are finding things that will work for them. So that's been very exciting. And, working with experienced consultants, the implementers that we're working with now with the financial system are experienced in cloud implementations. Cloud implementations for finances are very new for public schools. Oracle is very excited about MCPS going through this journey. There are a lot of systems looking at us to see how we do. They're keeping us on our toes. We want to make sure we do things right because we don't want them to be particularly critical of what we're doing, right? We are looking at some other smaller school systems that have done this and learning from things that they have done and what they're dealing with right now. So experience is really key. But I think that as Dr. Smith said, the focus on the end user is really something that I'm proud to be a part of. MCPS has committed resources to change management, organizational change management, to communications and to training. We are in an implementation like this, when you're doing the ERP implementations, what I've read is that the single biggest factor of failures is the need for change management. And so MCPS was there in the beginning with recognizing that this is important. We have to do this, and it's going to be an ongoing process. So we are involving stakeholders along the way. We are communicating. So far, where we are right now, are the stakeholders who have been actively involved in the projects have been at least in the financial project, have been the primary business users. We are getting to the point where we're getting ready to reach out to get end users to be involved in that. We have been change management. I have been updating our financial PLC groups, the business administrators, the financial specialists. We've been sending information out to the admin secretaries, the elementary admin secretaries, to keep them apprised of the project, what we're doing, where we are. We do have a website, a project website with information. We are just starting this month a big campaign, communication campaign, to meet with all the PLC groups, because this is when we need their involvement, and we're going to be asking them to be more actively involved. So this actually is our vision. This is our structure for change management and how we're managing. This is massive change for the financial people. So this is our change agent network for the ERP cloud implementation. As you can see, at the top of that, the network, our CFO, our CTO, defining the vision, our executive sponsors, our change champions are really our directors, our principals, our liaisons, or the supervisors. These are the people who are communicating, who are understanding the vision, who are making sure that the people in their location and on their staff understand that vision and that they are supporting that too. The managers and the supervisors are more into the weeds in this and understanding what we are trying to accomplish. They are our liaisons. We're identifying change agents and change coaches. We're in the process of doing that. We want to, for the schools, have at each school a point of contact, one person that we can push information directly to other than the principals as things are happening. We do have a Twitter feed. As we have new things posted on the website, we want to sort of funnel information through our change agents. We want to, for the change coaches, these will be people, the business administrators, the financial specialists, the people who are more active users at their school location, who understand the system. At the bigger locations, they will be training their people in the schools, or we are going to have a lot of training. They're not responsible for training everyone. So we are going to do system-wide training, make that available to the users of the system. We're going to have training available in a number of different forms. We'll have some face-to-face. Our trainers are working on online training modules, so there will be on-demand, and we'll have training materials and resources available to people. We also wanted to do some web. We may do some WebExes training, and we're looking at different modes of making that training available to people in the system. The change coaches, however, I worked in a high school as a business administrator, and I remember when we went live with the FMS, the current system that we had now, I had to pull together the resource teachers to make sure that they understood how to use the system to do their ordering. Some of them had taken training, some of them had not, but we wanted to make sure that they understood the school processes and the system as well. So we want to equip our change coaches with, they'll be the first to be trained, and they'll have opportunities to interact with the system. Maybe they will be part of these focus groups that we have, and they'll have opportunities to be involved in some of the user acceptance testing, so they have a little bit more experience and understanding of the system, that will, give them the ability to help other people and support other people in their schools. So,
So let me just take you back to the strategic roadmap and quickly just summarize for you. Certainly, this is a huge project that you as a Board of Education and the county has invested large amounts of money into for 6 years. We will and will continue to work on this project. It's complex, and in many ways the work we do hopefully is silent and things you don't hear about. And so that's our goal, because the work of the school system is to educate students, but if we don't have a payroll system, if we don't have a tax system, if we don't have a way to implement our contracts, if we can't pay our bills, then we're certainly not going to be teaching students. And so behind the scenes, all of us and all the people you heard about today are working to make sure that there's silence. There's silence where it comes to these areas, but we have to do it well, and we have to deal with the complexity that Nasser shared with you earlier. And so we're working through all those pieces and the technicality that most people aren't interested in, certainly. But we wanted to just assure you that we are, and we're taking care of it for the school system, for our employees, for our students. There's a lot of work ahead. We will continue to measure and look at our timeline. We don't want to rush things. At the same time, we want to make sure that they get done in a timely fashion. And we want to make sure that people, and that's why Debbie spoke so much about our change process. We are measuring and talking about change, because while it is a silent system and it's behind the scenes, when you change a system as important as the payroll system, the ordering system, the whole business infrastructure that keeps MCPS running, it's important that people are familiar with that process. I think about people who I still ask, can I Venmo you that money? And they want nothing to do with Venmo still. There's a lot of learning to be done for those of us that maybe have been doing payroll a certain way and ordering a certain way for many, many years. And so we're doing work to make sure that as we implement the system, that it makes sense for the end user, and that they're familiar with what they need to be familiar with to implement it. So it can be quiet and behind the scenes, and so we can make sure that we're keeping to the business at hand, which is the education of our students. So we have some next steps. I want to just highlight a couple of things that will be happening over the next months, and we invite you to come visit us at Goody Drive. We have a kind of like a war room of sorts, where we sit with many of us in one big room and have those 700 plus meetings that Nasser referred to. But please come visit us pretty much round the clock sometimes. Certainly, we'd love to have you come by. We have the process mapping. While we are moving into the implementation, as Debbie and Nasser spoke about, in the financial system, and we are beginning part of the process of the budget cloud requirements, we have to now begin the human capital piece, which is the process mapping, which is looking at all the processes within human capital. Human capital is a massive undertaking. We have, remind me how many pay schedules we have? 300 plus, you remember the number?
I don't.
At 300 plus pay schedules. We have requirements with our contracts in the hundreds. Every one of those has to be mapped so that we can, when we get the system we're going to move forward with, we have to make sure that that system can accommodate all of those needs. We have to move all of those process maps of all of our different pay schedules and tax schedules into an RFP that we will put out for bid for the human capital system. Then we will select a vendor, and then we will begin the process with the human capital system that we're currently doing right now in terms of building the system that we're doing with our financial and budget system. So that sequence and timeline you saw earlier with the overlap is what we'll be experiencing this fall. And the teams that are working on it are teams that are also doing the job that you know them as doing every day, which is making sure payroll's processed and making sure that we're hiring everyone that needs to be hired and making sure the bills are paid and the taxes are taken care of and all those forms that all of our employees deal with each and every day are taken care of. So we have a lot of people straddling all the different work. But I wanted to highlight for you that a lot of work has happened. We have a lot of work moving forward. And hopefully you won't hear a lot from us other than when you want updates, because we're going to be doing it hopefully very well. So we'll take any questions if there are any.
Well, thank you for the hard work and the ability to endure through 700 meetings. Well, it is silent, and it's important that it remains silent. I mean, God forbid that people were not being paid, because it would be demoralizing. It would bring the system to a halt, because that's all everyone would be focused on. I mean, and we have long neglected upgrading our business systems, because we're always challenged, to make sure we have technology and everything throughout the schools. But nevertheless, it's really important. I mean, when I got here, personnel records were kept on cards. I mean, that's 20 years ago, but they were just kept on, not 3x5 index cards, but the big cards. I mean, that's how it was. So, but I have one question, and I know that, the city of Baltimore was shut down by ransomware, and just wanting to make sure, I mean, everything is so vitally important to us. You hear about hospitals, you hear about municipalities being shut down. I don't want our secrets of how we're protecting ourselves spilled out there, but reassure us that we are taking those necessary steps.
We had this discussion just yesterday without talking about specifics, because you're right, we don't want to tell people what we do to make sure we are secure. Thanks to you all and thanks to the vision of Dr. Smith, we devoted a lot of time and effort into making sure our systems are as secure as possible. There's no such thing as completely secure. I hate to say that, but if they can hack the NSA, they can hack Montgomery County Public Schools, but we are far and above what we do to make our systems as secure as possible. So I can assure you of that.
I can add to that, and Ms. Dixon knows this from from fiscal management. We have numerous test structures in place to make sure that we are watching any of the fraud that can take place. In fact, I showed Ms. Dixon that I keep a little, it's like a key, and so any call of movement of money from the bank has to go through 3 different people. Each of us have a process that we use where we are sent a code, and we have to be able to give that code, and the code changes every 30 seconds. So no one else can have the code because it's on a key that we have to have a separate password to put into. So there are a variety of different ways that we protect the school system, your funds and our funds, to make sure that money is not moved in a way that would be fraudulent. We have work that we do with the bank on a regular basis, positive pay processes to ensure that fraud is not committed. And when things do happen, and certainly things do happen, we have actions in place that we can move very quickly to study and test and make sure that they don't happen again. And so we have a variety of structures in place that we've shared with fiscal management as well, and we work with the technology team. So we work to test and keep the technology safe, but also to keep the money safe.
Thank you. Dr. Daco, comments, thoughts? No?
I just have an overall view that you're really going to be straightening all of these things out that we have to turn paperwork in for. Well, for instance, the mileage. You've got a system that's going to be translating from our paper, and then you're going to have us put it in on computer. Is that right? So, yeah, we're looking forward to that. And we've heard about your key before. We didn't forget.
Ms. Silvestri.
So one of the things I'm interested in is the HR system. Oftentimes we have Dr. Zuckerman or our HR director say, "Oh, if you know someone that's not getting through the system, email us so that we make sure that they get through the system." And that speaks to there's something wrong in the system if they're not getting to the final destination. So, am I understanding correctly that will the HR system that you're talking about be that also include that external, people-facing, applicant-facing, as well as payroll, which was indicated?
Absolutely will. Our goal right now is to design all the processes, to map them out so that we know what those things are and where those gaps are now. And then we can design a system that includes all of the things that we say we wish we had right now, all the things that we say we're happy we have, and all the things we know we need to have in the future. So we're doing that right now.
Okay, and when would that, I saw is that's coming.
Right.
But what was the?
So we are scoping and designing that right now, and we're doing that over the fall, and then we're putting out the request for proposals, I think this fall, correct?
In a year, toward the end of 2020. Right, toward the end of 2020.
And then at that point, when we award the company, they'll design that, and our anticipation is to go live when?
The implementation is going to be over approximately 2 years, and we're going to begin that around July, roughly again July 2000 FY21, and when we select an implementer, we will be advised on how we're going to go live with the system, because we're not going to go live overnight with everything. For the human capital, we will incrementally go live with separate modules. So it's going to be over 2 years period by mid-2023.
And you mentioned that you are implementing an upgrade to the current HR system. What will that help with? What does that do for us?
So the current upgrade to that system is really transparent to most users. Our system is so old, to be honest, that in order to upgrade it to a new system, we have to update it to a version that is workable to be able to be migrated or updated to a new system. I know that sounds pretty bad, but that's where we are. So our goal is to get it to that place, and then we can say, from there, we'll go to the new place, new journey that we want to get to.
Okay. And is it worth quantifying in dollars how much time you're saving, staff time, because these processes are easier? Is that something that you look at, or?
I'm going to pass that to Ms. Diamond to answer that question.
I would imagine that by having easier processes, you're saving staff time, which
Absolutely.
is valuable.
So right now, if you would ask the team, they would not tell you anything about saving time. You think about the 700-plus meetings. I think ultimately, processes certainly are going to be streamlined. The reporting processes, all the other processes, we haven't really sat down because we haven't seen those end products yet to see how much they will streamline. And right now, they're so in the midst of doing the work and also building these and testing the processes that it's taking a tremendous amount of time, but ultimately, yes, I think we're going to talk about being able to streamline processes, and the return on investment is one, both, I think, the investment of avoiding the complexity and all the different steps and being able to report on things that we haven't had access in terms of data, but also being able to mitigate the risk of having a system as old as we were running.
Just a really simple one. Timekeeping. Since the day I walked into Montgomery County Public Schools, I've heard about our timekeeping system. It is entirely done by hand. It will literally save thousands and thousands of person hours to have an automated timekeeping system. And that's just a very simple, straightforward one. When you talk about the business folks at the school level, thousands and thousands of hours in the ordering and the procurement. When you talk about what happens in accounts payable, when you talk about the fact that right now our HR system, as Mr. Chevanini said, is so old that many of the pieces of paper that our employees complete or completed about them are scanned one at a time into the system. All of that will go away. So we will definitely be able to quantify this, and I would say probably a year, year and a half, we'll start to see those real significant end user shifts, and we'll then have a better sense. But if you just think about timekeeping as an area where literally we'll save hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours over the years.
Ms. Wolf?
2 words, Amazon easy. No, thank you for your work on this, but I do have one question, and it kind of dovetails on what Ms. Silvestri asked. When you have applicants come in, can you design a system that will also send the people who don't get the job a letter automatically? Because I understand several people who have applied for jobs never heard one way or the other. And so I think if you could build that functionality some sort of way, and I don't know what kind, it would be very helpful.
Ms. Wolf, absolutely. When we think about the process mapping for hiring somebody or not hiring somebody, there are pieces that are not necessarily broken because this was designed 20 years ago, but weren't really thought through back then or didn't have a solution back then. But there are easy technical solutions to what you're describing, and we'll make sure that we include that in the new system.
And I'll just add that when we were working on process mapping for finances and for budget, I think that the beginning part, and even the assessment that we did, the beginning part is tell us your pain points. Invariably, paper processes comes up as the #1 pain point across all of the systems, all the paper processes. So that's the kind of thing that would go into the requirements that we would put into the RFP that goes out. So we had, how many requirements for the financial and budget system? 3,500 requirements. It can be very complex. The human capital system is going to be at least twice as big a project.
And it's going to take double the amount of time to implement, so it is significant.
Mr. Tinbite?
So I have no specific questions. I do definitely want to appreciate and say thank you all for your work on this. I'm not going to lie, as a teenager, this is a little hard to wrap my head around. But it does sound like the right investment, especially when we need to make sure that our work is more efficient.
Just FYI, we have budgeting system older than you.
Ms. Dixon?
I don't have any questions either. I have complete confidence in you and the work that you're doing. I hope you will take some time as you're working and, you reach a pause here or there to celebrate what you're doing. And, maybe give every one of you one of those little butterflies at the end.
You got one. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Dr. Smith, you have any final thoughts?
Thank you. You guys have just been champions of good work.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for me as well. I know this has been great and sounds like a long time coming. So glad that we're doing this. Yes. So our next item on the agenda, item number 9, consent items. Are there any items that board members want to pull? Okay. Block, yes, okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move items 9.1 through 9.3 in block. All in favor? And that, unanimous, okay. Item 10 is items of information, so you can review that at your leisure. If I can get a motion to move items 11.1 and 11.2 in block. It's been moved and seconded, all in favor? And that is unanimous. Are there any new business items that board members want to bring up? Seeing none, then we will go ahead and also mention that item 12 is for informational purposes as well. If I can get a motion, a second to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor. And this meeting is adjourned.